historic landmark will now have less traffic congestion, and its natural beauty will be more accessible to everyone.
That means you can hop on at the Autry Museum, then make your way to Franklin's Cafe for an afternoon snack as it gets dark here in the park, before hitting the ground for a hike to the Hollywood sign where you can see our city lay out like a bed of jewels at night.
The free shuttles will pick up and drop off passengers every 15 minutes or so. They'll make stops at all the major attractions, including the Los Angeles Zoo and the Griffith Observatory, a dozen attractions in all. LA elected officials were among the first to hop on board one of the 5 shuttles for a smooth ride around the massive park. It is one of the largest municipal parks in North America and receives an estimated 10 million visitors each year. Right now, the shuttle buses are only running on the weekends, but the plan is to eventually expand service to 7 days a week. Besides helping to alleviate traffic, the shuttle service will connect with public transportation. This will allow people from all income levels to enjoy the park's beauty and natural resources.
Parks don't care if you're rich or poor. They don't ask what your parents do or your immigration status. Parks don't put one group above another because parks belongs to all of us.
Members of the community and park advocates say they are thrilled to have shuttle service after years of planning.
There were a lot of factors that prevented it from happening sooner, unfortunately, but now it's launching, so the excitement is based on everyone wanting this for a very long time.
This man came to see the observatory. He says because of the parking fees in this area, he would welcome a shuttle.
It's very expensive to pay here for the parking lot, you know. I think it would be great if we have a shuttle here.
And how is the Griffith Park Line shuttle experience?
It's a great ride. It's a beautiful bus. It kind of reminds me of like prom night, right? It's beautiful interior. It's really easy. They're cushioned seats. And, you know, the most important thing is it's free.
The city says the shuttle service is only the beginning. There is talk of an aerial tram, and several other strategies are in the works to reduce traffic and let more people enjoy LA's beloved park.
The shuttles will run from 12 noon to 10 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. As you know, LAX is undergoing a major transformation. Officials say when it's all said and done, your travel experience will be better than ever.
This is your Los Angeles International Airport. It's one of the world's busiest airports.
This is a very exciting time in our community. LAX is going through a major transformation with the automated people mover project coming online, our consolidated rental car facility. There's just so much happening in and around LAX that we couldn't think of a better way to make sure that everyone is in the know than having an event circled around the state of LAX.
Today we're talking about a $14 billion plus capital improvement program with billions more to come, and needed to prepare for the future.
We really see the investment in LAX as a win-win for both the community and the traveler.
I think a lot of people feel like LAX is kind of a headache to use, and I think that as we move into the future, you're going to see a much different LAX, one that you're going to enjoy going to and one that you're really proud of. As we move forward, you're going to see an airport that is just world-class.
The Los Angeles Fire Department has been busy getting new firefighters on board. In the past 5 years, it has graduated about 1,000 new recruits. But the training isn't easy. Anna Marcos takes a look at the latest graduating class.
The Fire Academy pulled out all the bells and whistles as its latest graduates at the LA Fire Department showed off their stuff to a cheering graduation crowd. And why wouldn't these significant others, wives, husbands, friends, parents, and children be proud? Apparently, many of the new recruits and their families have quite a pedigree.
All 3 of them retired LAPD.
Wow, and now you're a firefighter.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Why all in one family?
I guess public services runs in our family.
Newly minted firefighter Evelyn Reyes gets a little help from her sheriff deputy sister.
Our moms are law enforcement also, so I think she just raised us to be independent women, and here we are.
These 51 graduate recruits range in age from 18 to 43 years old, and among them are 5 female graduates, the second highest number of women graduates ever in the Fire Academy.
Honestly, for me, I loved it. I've been powerlifting since like 4 years ago. It's just a challenge, and I always like challenges. So
obviously, physically, it's hard, but it's physically hard for everyone. I always knew in my heart that I can do this.
If you can get your gear on in 1 minute, or run with ladders that weigh more than you do, put out car fires, jump, rappel, hose down dangers, and fight fires, you're in. But not everybody makes it. Originally, the class of 51 had 75 recruits.
Well, it's special to graduate from the academy because it's not easy. We lose about 22% of all the entrants on the drill tower. When you graduate, you earn it. It's 22 weeks of grueling training and high pressure. We're constantly critiquing their performance and scoring them, and if you don't maintain the minimum score, we have to terminate you. Everybody can't be an LA City firefighter.
Do they have the actual skills and abilities and the strength and stamina to survive at a fire? And we grade them so precisely. If they put a finger or a toe in the wrong spot, they're going to get marked down for it.
So to be here today and have that opportunity to get this badge specifically put on, it's something I've dreamed of since I was a little boy visiting the fire station and having the desire to want to go out and help.
They don't know it yet, but they are in for the ride of their lifetime. And it's just super exciting for them.
Oh, great for them. For more information, visit lafd.org. History is made at the LA City Council. The city attorney warns consumers about counterfeit holiday gifts, and biking in downtown LA just got a lot safer. All this in City Beat. Councilwoman Nury Martinez, the city representative for Council District 6, was elected by her colleagues to serve as the first Latina city council president in the city of Los Angeles' history. Martinez previously served as assistant president pro tempore and president pro tempore beginning in 2017 and 2018. In both instances, she was appointed by Council President Herb Wesson, who is stepping down officially on January 4th, 2020. City Attorney Mike Feuer and District Attorney Jackie Lacey addressed the serious safety threats posed by counterfeit and recalled products. Specifically, they focused on popular holiday gift items such as phone chargers, helmets, toys, and car seats. Officials warned that counterfeit items like fake phone chargers rarely meet industry safety standards necessary to protect users.
Pricing is a sign. If you're purchasing a phone charger like this and you're seeing it being deeply discounted online, that should be a warning.
Councilmember Jose Huizar, city officials, and downtown residents held a ribbon-cutting ceremony to celebrate upgrades on Main Street in downtown LA. The upgrades, including the completion of the city's second two-way bike lane, are part of Huizar's $2.3 million Main and Spring Forward project, which seeks to make densely populated areas of downtown LA safer for pedestrians, drivers, and cyclists. The two streets create an almost 2-mile-long loop from Cesar Chavez to 9th and Spring Street. Can you believe the holidays are here already? Well, I certainly can't. And there's no better way to kick off the season than with the annual Hollywood Christmas Parade.
Merry Christmas to everyone in Los Angeles. The Hollywood Christmas Parade is awesome.
I remember going to this parade when I was a little boy.
It's the first time.
The atmosphere is very fun, very festive.
I hope everyone has a safe and happy holidays, and please be with your loved ones.
As long as we see the marching band, that's what we're here for, but I know some of the women have been talking about Mario Lopez. So I think that's what excites them most.
This is Santino's first red carpet, our first parade here as a family together. So it's a real treat, great way to kick off the season.
The holidays are always a reminder to reflect on what we're grateful for.
This is a wonderful season, a time of joy.
We're very thankful. This is a wonderful time for everybody should get together and be happy.
We want to send everyone a lot of love, a lot of good wishes, wishing everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
And God bless you. Stay cool.
This is the most amazing Los Angeles tradition, the oldest one we have here in LA. So proud to come out here on Hollywood Boulevard. We saved this Christmas parade a few years ago, and thank you.
So excited to see my all-time parade favorite, the General Lee from one of my favorite TV shows, The Dukes of Hazzard. If you can't go to City Hall will come to you. That's the idea behind Council Member in Your Corner, and Mitch O'Farrell is taking it to heart. We went along on a recent Saturday morning as he went door to door.
This is all about bringing the services of Los Angeles City Hall to the neighborhoods. That's what this has always been about. This is our monthly Council Member in Your Corner. We're here adjacent to Union Elementary School in Echo Park, Westlake area of the 13th District. We're offering health screenings and dental screenings from Clinica Romero for free. We have sanitation here. We have the census here, Heluna Health, our grid contractor, in addition to just going door to door and making sure that constituents know that the city and its resources are available to them for free, including my office. We are also offering these services.
We're here with Councilman O'Farrell's office to do a street cleaning and walk through. We've seen everything from cigarette butts to broken glass bottles. I think it feels good to just be able to do something positive and clean our streets, and we should do it more often.
What matters to me is what happens in our neighborhoods, and that's why we're here today.
It's good. Well, that's what I call customer service. How do you bring a community together? A barbecue is one idea. A huge mural is another. In Pacoima, a public art piece has become the talk of the town while celebrating Native American heritage.
We're in Pacoima, California, home of the largest above-ground mural in North LA in almost 50 years. It's been a true pleasure to be a part of this project and work with 9 other artists to make it possible. It's 10,000 square feet. We advanced at almost 1,000 square feet a day to finish the mural in 12 days total, under budget and faster than anticipated, so we're very proud of that.
We are a community that is made up and comprised of all these different elements, things that we don't generally honor as being very special to who we are, but I think these iconic images depicted in this way are really telling a very different story of who we are. Public art is transformative in a city where culture is everything. It helps to really reimagine what our community is, and it's really telling a story about who we are. Capturing the imagery of the native peoples whose land we're on, all the different iconic elements of this area. I think it's really special to tell that story and to celebrate it in this way, and this remarkable piece of art is pretty phenomenal.
Growing up in a community that doesn't have a whole lot of public art, it doesn't have a lot of amenities or parks or whatnot, you can tend to feel a little bit like people don't care about you. When you get a mural the size of rushing water, that's big and bold and beautiful, it tells a different story. You start to feel like somebody cares about you a little bit. They cared enough to paint this mural for you.
I think locals now, when they come home, feel a great sense of pride to be able to be at this wall and no longer have that blight that was once behind me. And again, for visitors as well, it is now an amazing impression of our side of the San Fernando Valley and a great welcome sign.
From artwork to music, a new exhibit at the Grammy Museum highlights a variety of iconic moments and performances from the Latin Grammy Awards' 20-year history, celebrating the accomplishments of Latin artists.
Uno, dos, tres.
Today we have a very special event at the Grammy Museum. After 10 years of having a very small space, we expanded our exhibit here, which means that Latin music is being perceived as more and more influential, which is great because at the end of the day, we are all a blend of cultures. You can learn about country music, you can learn about jazz, blues, Latin music, all with the same level of respect and same level of intensity.
Well, this is a $2 million investment that we made on the third floor, so it's very significant. So basically, we're now able to tell much greater stories about Latin music. We have new interactives, such as our Mono to Immersive. We have a digital interactive timeline of Grammy Awards for the last 62, well, coming on 62 years now, last 20 years of the Latin Grammys, and a lot more. So we're very excited. I want people to walk away feeling inspired. I think music is very inspirational, and Latin music in particular is growing much more rapidly than a lot of other genres or a lot of other types of music, so we're very excited that we're able to celebrate that as well. If anybody wants to find out more, especially about our education programs that we have as well, go to GrammyMuseum.org.
The exhibit runs through spring of 2020. When you hear or see the words "no loitering," what does it mean to you? Well, a new art exhibition paints the picture that loitering isn't necessarily a bad thing. It can actually be beneficial. Anita Bennett explains.
From a cozy tea room complete with herbal tea and handmade furniture to a garden sanctuary, these creations are part of an exhibition at the Los Angeles Municipal Art Gallery devoted to all things loitering and slowing down.
The exhibition is inspired by an essay by a poet called Ross Gay, which is called Loitering is Delightful. And he talks about loitering as one of life's great pleasures. And by loitering, he has a kind of expanded understanding of that, where he talks about being in the moment, enjoying a cup of coffee, slowing down, not buying anything, not working, just being present.
The exhibit features works from 10 emerging LA artists tasked with conveying different ways to lollygag.
We wanted to think about what loitering means exactly. What is that? It's kind of perceived as a negative thing, but could there be a positive? And who is allowed to loiter?
This interactive installation is made to look like a cozy space. And here there's a hand-embroidered newspaper that's meant to encourage visitors to read, sit down, and loiter. This faux leather biker jacket invokes loitering as a political statement.
This is a sculpture by Ishi Glinsky, and it's called Coral versus King Snake Jacket. So as you can see, it's a monumental leather jacket that brings together different aspects of punk culture and Native American culture. On the base of the jacket, we can see this is a reference to the Tongva, who are the native people of Los Angeles. And so this is a comment on the fact that we are standing on Tongva land. And in fact, we are occupying their land and we are loitering in our own way. This is an installation by Lauren Davis Fisher. And as you can see, it comprises a plywood platform with a number of kind of plywood objects sitting on top of it. It's an interactive piece, and our visitors are also encouraged to sit and recline on the furniture and enact this idea of loitering.
Established in 1954, the Los Angeles Municipal Art Gallery is the longest-running institution in the city devoted solely to exhibiting art. The exhibit runs through January 12th. If you live in Council District 1, you won't have to go very far to use city resources. That's because a new district office has just opened its doors, and Councilmember Gil Cedillo was there to welcome the community.
Today is the opening of our office. It's the first time in the history of the 1st District that an office is being opened here in the Westlake area. It's important for us to make sure that they have a place that they feel confident and comfortable, that's convenient and local, so that they can come and bring their concerns to the city councilman, make sure that there's opportunities for them to get engaged in the civic affairs of the city.
I think it's important that the field office happens in Westlake because it's a community that needs councilman services.
Events like this gives the ability to people to know, to find out about all the free resources that nonprofits offer to the communities. We've been in this community for 20 years, and we still find people that don't know that we exist. So it's very important that we have events like this so that everybody finds out about the free services.
Well, the fact that he has not only elected to have a grand opening, close the streets down and make it a resource fair, giving resources out to the community is very beneficial for the community. People forget Councilman Cedillo is from the community. He lives in the community, he understands his community, he breathes his community.
It's amazing how much a councilman can do for a district.
Viviendas, menos precios.
Enjoy a holiday light display in downtown, walk through an interactive digital art installation, and take in a community parade in Echo Park. All this and things to do. Grand Park's Winter Glow returns for its 2nd annual public art display. Winter Glow is an immersive nighttime art experience that takes over Grand Park for the holiday season. As days shorten and darken, the park will celebrate light as a giver of warmth, a source of beauty, and the key component to bringing people together during the fall and winter months. Be sure to get your fill of Grand Park's Winter Glow, happening December 6th through the 25th. For details, visit grandparkla.org. Join the fun at the 52nd Annual Echo Park Community Parade. All are invited to take a place along the parade route and to enjoy the revelry, community spirit, and wondrous merriment that makes the parade a must-see cultural event. Parade floats, classic cars, and spectacular performances, they're all happening at the Echo Park Community Parade on Saturday, December 14th. For more info, visit echoparkcommunityparade.com. The latest grand opening on Hollywood Boulevard is the Museum of Digital Illusions. For the first time, Los Angeles has a breathtaking museum of optical illusions for the whole family. This experience is not for the passive observer. Every attendee is a full-fledged participant of 3D paintings created by the artists. Photography is part and parcel of this exhibition that guarantees no one will feel bored. Check out the grand opening of the Museum of Digital Illusions on Sunday, December 15th, beginning at 10 a.m. For info, visit digitalillusionsusa.com. And that's a look at some things to do. That's it for this edition. I'm Yana Kay. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more of LA This Week.
Let's protect our wildlife together. Please, no smoking in Griffith Park.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Today is Wednesday, December 11th. I want to welcome you to this council chambers. This council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. You're all welcome. Madam Clerk, we do have a quorum. Would you call the roll?
Blumenfield, Bonin, Buscaino, Cedillo, Harris Dawson, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Lee, Martinez, O'Farrell, Price, Rodriguez, Rue, Wesson, 10 members present in a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. First order of business.
Approval the minutes.
Krikorian moves, Rue seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Blumenfield moves, O'Farrell seconds. That brings us where?
Mr. President, given the upcoming council recess, would council like all items today to go forthwith?
What do you think? I'm going to let you make the call.
I think that would be a yes, sir.
Okay, then I agree with you, and so it will be a yes.
Item number 1 is an item notice for public hearing. The department recommends to confirm the liens for items 1A and C and receive and file item 1B in as much as the fees have been paid. And Mr. President, there are cards on this.
Okay, let's hold those items and let's move on.
Items 2 through 55 are items for which public hearings have been held. Committee reports for items 3, 5 through 8, 10, 11, 43, 48, 53 through 55 have been posted, circulated for council's consideration. Also, a revised report for item 36 has been submitted and posted for council's consideration. And there is a request to hold items 3, 24, 36, 37, and 54, sir.
Okay, let's do that. Let me recognize Ms. Rodriguez.
31 special, please.
I did not hear that.
31 special.
Okay. Mr. Krikorian?
Mr. President, I'd like to ask that we hold item 15 for an amendment.
We'll hold 15 as well. Item 38, I'm told, as well.
30.
Okay. So let's prepare to vote on the remaining items. Let's open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, continue.
Mr. President, the ords for items 4 through 10 will carry over unless reconsidered with 12 members present, sir.
Okay, well, I believe we will hit that number, and when we do, please remind me.
Yes, sir.
Continue.
Moving on, items 56 and 57 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration, sir.
Okay, so without objection, those items are now before this body. Do you have cards on these items?
Yes, there are cards on 56 and 57.
Okay, let's continue.
Moving on, items 58 through 63 are items scheduled for closed session.
Okay, let me defer to Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Items 58 through 63 are routine settlements of litigation. All have been considered by Budget and Finance, which recommends approval of the City Attorney's recommendations. They are routine and can be considered in open session unless members have questions or concerns.
Okay, let's try to take these up in open session. Madam Clerk, you want to read the items?
Item 58 is a case entitled Stephen Maichi versus City of Los Angeles. There is a recommendation to expend up to $1.1 million in settlement. Item 59 in the case entitled Todd Hawkins et al. Versus City of Los Angeles. There is a recommendation to expend up to $1,515,401.10 in settlement. Item number 60 in the case entitled Brenda Samayoa versus City of Los Angeles. There is a recommendation to expend up to $150,000 in settlement. Item 61 in the case entitled Catalina Espinosa Jaimes et al. Versus Lon Hank Trung et al. There is a recommendation to expend up to $1.5 million in settlement. 62 in the case entitled Eduardo Verduzco Jr. versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to expend up to $1,250,000 in settlement. And finally, item 63, in the case entitled Jesse Pelez et al. Versus City of Los Angeles et al. And Dwayne Holt versus City of Los Angeles, there's a recommendation to approve the city attorney's report recommendations.
Okay, let us, on those items, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the. No, let's try that again.
13 ayes.
All righty then. Continue.
Mr. President, since there are 13 members, would council like to reconsider the ordinances? And those would be items 4 through 10 and 53, sir.
Okay, let's vote on reconsideration of those items. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right. That brings us where?
Mr. President, council can reconsider, and council has reconsidered those ordinances. Council can adopt them.
You know, now that I forgot. All right, so now I remember. Let's actually vote on those items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, continue.
That brings council to items called special presentations or general public comments, sir.
Okay, thank you. Sergeants, can you remove the rope in the center aisle? Sean Murphy, I think you're here. Okay, Sean, you have items 1 through 19.
Item 1, item 4. Item 19, I'm for. Item 15, I'm against. Item 16, I'm for. General public comment.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. We got a new Madam Vice President coming, and I wish her luck. Hope the meeting gets run a little better. And I'm going to pray for you.
Okay, let's vote on items 24 and 36. Please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, let's do presentations at this point in time when we bring in the dog. If I could get Mr. Buscaino, you want to pinch hit for a minute?
Okay, Mr. President, the floor is yours for a special presentation.
Okay, let's.
Oh,
let us get
a furry friend.
Our subject of this presentation. Okay, Carmen, you want to get in here? Maybe you can. I know it's a little chilly, but I think maybe we can take her out of her bed a little bit. No, we're gonna leave. We're gonna leave her.
I think she likes it.
We're just gonna put her up here. Come on.
Okay.
What's her name?
Tabitha.
Tabitha. Anyway, Thank you, Mr. President and members. Today is Pet Adoption Wednesday. We normally do it on Friday. You know, for I think ever since I was elected in 2005, we have been bringing gorgeous companion animals before this body, and we have a 100% adoption rate. And we're going to hurry up and move on from Tabitha before. Come on, girl, you're on the big screen. Don't blow it. So Tabitha is a Chihuahua. Looks almost like a teacup Chihuahua. She's 3 years old. She's ready to go. And I wish I could offer her to the members that we have with us today in the council chambers. But before we even began our council meeting today, Tabitha was adopted by Carmen, right? So our 100% adoption rate still lives. But what I want all of the viewers to know, the people in this building, the people that are in these chambers, that we have shelters throughout the city of Los Angeles with companion animals filled to the brim looking for a home. So if you are ever looking for unconditional love, we in the city of Los Angeles can furnish that for you with just one visit to one of our animal shelters. So with that said, if you do want to, for the holiday season, you know, give your kids or your spouse a pet, you know, you can call 888-452-7381 and visit one of our shelters. So again, with this, we have our 100% adoption rate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our new mom and her new daughter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. And congratulations.
Thank you. Wrap her up in there. You got a little work to do.
All right.
She'll be fine once she gets comfortable.
Continues our 100% adoption rate. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Wesson. Ms. Martinez, you up for your presentation?
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President. It gives me great pleasure to be joined by Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez to honor one of truly great humans in the San Fernando Valley, my good friend, Evelise Markowitz. We also know her as Eve, is retiring now from Penny Lane after 50 years of service. If we can please give her a big round of applause. Eve began her career in Los Angeles at the Department of County Probation and as a placement officer, where she discovered that there were plenty of services for boys in the system, but there were not enough services for girls in the same situation. So she went out, as a strong Latina that she is, she went out to do the impossible. And after facing many obstacles, she founded Penny Lane Center on December 15, 1969, where she started off with a small staff assisting 13 girls. And now it has grown to helping 6,000 children and youth and family a month with almost 700 staff members. More than 50,000 children and families have received services from Penny Lane. Eve named the center after her love for the Beatles in 1969 because, like the song says, I get by with a little help from my friends. And for 50 years in the San Fernando Valley and the greater Southern California area, she's gotten by with a little help. We've all gotten by with a little help from our friend Eve. When you consider 50,000 children and families served throughout 5 decades, it is safe to say that Eva and Penny Lane have profoundly affected the lives of hundreds and thousands of people by just doing good for them. Eva and Penny Lane not only have delivered services to countless young people and families, she's also been a leader for advocating for them. Eva has shared many, many talents and advocacies with her organization and her group. In 1979, she co-founded the Southern California Child Care Association, served by Eva as the first president of the organization. As the president of the Southern California Child Care Association, Eva made sure that the small group who were operating small group homes had an actual voice throughout all levels of government. The association is now the California Alliance for Services for Children and Families and has grown to almost 300 plus members. To continue to meet the growing needs of the population, Penny Lane also created Abbey Road in 2009, a nonprofit to help young adults and families acquire supportive housing services. Eva is also not one of, Eva is just one of those people who continues to help, and everything she does, whether she does it small, she continues to do it over and over again, so much so that it becomes so big. She is a huge advocate for our LGBTQ youth who often are not accepted in their homes and find themselves homeless. She finds a way to assist them. She's a huge partner in my Valley Pride event that we have in June. She also helped set up the North Hills East Neighborhood Council, and they actually meet at her location because often space is an issue. Penny Lane has also partnered with our office and Councilmember Rodriguez as well to do countless cleanups in and around the community. She sits on the board of the San Fernando Valley Refugee Child Center. And Penny Lane has also stepped up as a huge partner for our homeless issue, and she has recently was awarded an HHH grant funding to make sure that she built 128 units in the area. I can go on and on and on about Eva. All I can say is she's just an amazing person, an amazing leader. She's married to Andres Markowitz and her son Martin, who is an international social activist and an award-winning journalist. Eva and Andres have 2 grandchildren. Some people are born to serve, those people who care about making a difference in people's lives. Throughout my many years of knowing Eva and her amazing advocacy for young people, I have to say that so many countless youth would not be able to find a home if it wasn't for Eva and her amazing staff. I want to also thank Penny Lane for being the strong advocacy leader that they are. I know that Eva is not going very far, but I know that Penny Lane will continue to be strong for many, many, many years to come. So I want to thank Eva for the 50 wonderful years of service to our community, to our youth, and to our young people. I would like to introduce Councilwoman Rodriguez to say a few words.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. And I think you've captured it so eloquently and perfectly about Ivelisse and her leadership. And it's really been remarkable to know and see your work over the course of the years. 50 years of your leadership has really done the youth of Los Angeles a great service, and we are in debt to you for your leadership and the work of your team. You have assembled a remarkable team that is committed to continue to serve our community in the best way possible. And, you know, I had the pleasure of knowing your work for many years and working with you and your team to address some of the chronic challenges that the area has faced in the North Hills community. And, you know, you've always been a remarkable partner, and just your work and example, I think, is really reflective of the power of how one person can really change the world. And what you did is you daylighted an issue in particular for young women and the needs that were not being met. And so I want to thank you for being that kind of stone in the pond that created the ripple effects, helping so many countless youth in our city, having the conversations around LGBTQ youth issues and the challenges that they face. You met their needs head on. And if not for your example and leadership and vision, we would be missing countless generations. But because of your leadership, they are now thriving, they are successful, and we are so forever indebted to you for your service. So congratulations on a remarkable 50-year career and example of leadership. You've been a trailblazer, And no surprise that it comes out of the Northeast San Fernando Valley. But we are and a woman, and a Latina.
And originally from Puerto Rico.
Oh. And so it's just we're so proud of you, proud to know you, and grateful for your example of leadership. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, before I invite Eve to speak, are there any members of the queue that wish to speak at this time?
We have one member, Mr.
Thank you.
Kokorian.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. Martinez and Ms. Rodriguez, for bringing Ms. Markovitz in so that we can appropriately recognize an incredible lifetime of work. And members, we often have the pleasure of recognizing people on their retirement and honoring their work. And sometimes we don't take the time to really think through what this has meant. When we think of 50 years, that's worthy of honoring no matter what you've done for 50 years. But 5 decades of work to transform the lives of youth and their families and their descendants who will come after them. It's no overstatement to say that your vision and your work has has saved lives. It's been transformative of lives, but it has literally saved thousands of young people's lives. And at a time when it's, we feel so beset by the challenges of homelessness and new people who are falling into homelessness, and especially transition-aged youth who are falling into homelessness, it can feel very overwhelming. And then we look at Penny Lane, and I think all of us draw hope and inspiration and renewed commitment to solving this problem for the young people, especially for the young people of Los Angeles. And I couldn't be more honored than to tell you how much we appreciate and how grateful this city is for your life of work, and how honored I will be next September when we begin the work of Penny Lane's facility in my district with 51 units of permanent supportive housing, 50 affordable units. Again, another step forward for ending homelessness in the San Fernando Valley, thanks to you and your vision and all of those who you've inspired. So thank you and congratulations.
Back to you.
And Mr. President, colleagues, please help me welcome an honoree this morning, my good friend, a leader and a legend, Evelise Markovitz.
Good morning, council members. Wow, what an honor. This is especially meaningful for me, not because of our 50-year anniversary, but because I've had relationships with the two of you, the two powerhouse women of the San Fernando Valley. You have been advocates, supporters for years, and I know that without people like you, there wouldn't be people like me. All of us stand on your shoulders. Thank you. You know, as the story tells, I started a home for girls on December the 15th, 1969. 15 girls. Girls that were at juvenile hall, had no place to go, and no services. I, being a woman of that generation, believed very strongly that I needed to do something about that. But, you know, Penny Lane has become so much more. Penny Lane is now one of the largest nonprofit social services, full social services in California. Let me give you an idea. We are so grateful to be providing services to the children and youth and families. We have 3,200 clients have received mental health services, with another 561 clients in our partnerships for families and families preservation. These are new programs. Our residential program has just over 100 youth, and we have over 550 clients in substance abuse treatment programs at the present time. Our we just opened 2 drop-in centers for our transitional youth. This is a place where the kids come in, they take a shower, they eat, they receive job counseling, and we have 150 adolescent kids coming to our drop-in centers every day. We are also providing 98 transitional beds for transitional age youth, and 382 children and adults call our permanent supportive housing their home. 382 children and adults that were homeless call now they have a home. I am also proud to say that we have handled 46 adoptions. And I'm proud to say that Penny Lane has always advocated for the most vulnerable population in our community, and that we responded to the needs of DCFS when they come calling, asking us to develop new programs. We always have. So for me, the real joy is when I see our families, our kids doing better, giving back, being productive. This is done with a lot of care, a lot of commitment, and a little bit of love. And I want to remind you that let's always remember that alone we can do so little, and together we can do so much. And I thank you for your service.
So Eve, on behalf of the Los Angeles City Council and the City of Los Angeles and the countless families and youth that you have serviced, congratulations on 50 years of service. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you for your contributions to our city.
Probably going to take pictures in the back.
Okay, great. Okay, Mr. O'Farrell, for a presentation. Have your 30-minute speech prepared?
Welcome. Mr. President and colleagues, I am honored to stand here surrounded by members of LA's very own KTLA 5 as we recognize Wednesday, December 11th, 2019 as Don E. Corsini Day in the city of Los Angeles.
Let's give him a round of applause, Mr. Corsini. Congratulations.
Don is a legend in local television broadcasting and is retiring after nearly 50 years. Don currently runs KTLA, which calls Hollywood and the 13th District home. Here are just some of Don's career highlights. He started his career at KNXT, now KCBS TV, as a sales account executive in 1972. He then worked at ABC Television in 1974 and became a senior account executive for KABC TV in 1979. Don was also a director of marketing and local sales, program director, and executive producer. Don played a role in creating the franchises AM Los Angeles, Eye on LA, and Eye on Hollywood. In 1989, Corsini became executive VP of programming and production for Prime Ticket Network, now Fox Sports West, and is credited with turning the fledgling operation from a 4-hour-per-day regional sports cable outlet into what would become the model for the Fox Sports Net, the nation's leading regional sports cable network. In 1996, he became VP of Sports Operations and Production for KCAL TV, becoming VP, General Manager for the local independent station just 1 year later. In 2002, after KCAL was acquired by CBS, he was chosen to lead the LA duopoly. Under his leadership, both stations enjoyed a period of dramatic revenue and ratings growth. Under Corsini, the stations provided 11 hours of local news per day, including CBS 2 News at 11, which became the market's #1 local late news beginning in 2006. In January of 2009, Corsini became president and general manager of Los Angeles television station KTLA-5 in Hollywood. In his tenure, the station has enjoyed a remarkable resurgence in both local news ratings. The station currently provides more hours of local news programming than any other Los Angeles station and has seen ratings growth in virtually every local news time period. KTLA has also become a community leader in support of public service and philanthropic causes. I had the great pleasure a few years ago of working with Gail Anderson to bring the 10 millionth meal for Project Angel Food, and I think Gail is here. There's Gail. It was a blast, and she is a long time supporter of Project Angel Food. The station also broadcasts a number of local events, including the Rose Parade and the Los Angeles Marathon. The station owns a powerful legacy as local news leader and community service provider. Thank you, Don, for covering, and KTLA, for covering the stories that matter to Angelenos. I would like to bring forward Frank Buckley, anchor of KTLA Morning 5 News, to say a few words before we welcome our legend to say a few words.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Councilmember Farrell, and thank you for this opportunity and for honoring our leader, Don Corsini. It's a little nerve-wracking to stand next to him to say these things, but I will try to get it right. We brought a few of our KTLA family members here. As you can see, the station is on the air, though, so we couldn't bring everyone, but I can assure you that all of our employees at KTLA stand with us in support of Don. Don has been a tremendous leader at KTLA. And in Los Angeles as a broadcaster. We take our legacy very seriously at KTLA. We're the first station west of the Mississippi. Our station motto is literally LA's very own. We feel like we are LA's TV station. We're the station of legends like Hal Fishman and Larry McCormick and Stan Chambers. And when Don came to KTLA in 2009, he met with Stan Chambers, and it was like a meeting of two legends. The on-air legend in Stan Chambers and the behind-the-scenes guy in Don Corsini. And Stan told Don that day, "We're glad that you've arrived on the scene because, as Stan put it, KTLA has lost a little of its luster." Don committed to Stan that he would restore that luster. Don committed to make our news #1 again and do everything with the class befitting KTLA's legacy. And KTLA has quickly became #1 in news again. KTLA's news presence has grown exponentially under Don's leadership from 32 hours a week to 81 and a half hours a week of news on KTLA. Virtually every newscast on our station, #1 in the ratings now. KTLA is part of a very big company. We're owned by Nexstar now. Before that, we were part of the Tribune Company, but both very big companies. But Don has always made it feel like we work for a family-owned station. Don cares about the people who work with him. He knows every single one of us, knows our families, and he cares about the city of LA as well. He's an exceptional leader. He set a vision. He got us to buy into that vision and then pushed us to execute that vision. I guess that's my wrap.
No, you're good. You're good, Frank.
Don leaves KTLA having made good on his commitment to Stan Chambers, and we feel the luster is back at KTLA. So on behalf of the employees at KTLA, we want to thank you, the City of Los Angeles, for honoring our Don Corsini, a man we respect greatly, who has made a positive and we think a great contribution to the city of LA. And now, Mr. O'Farrell, as we say in TV news, back to you.
Thanks, Frank. No one's ever said that to me. Very cool. Thank you so much. Now, before we hear from Don, we have a video clip. Let's play the clip.
How does one measure the astounding accomplishments of just one man? For me, it's easy.
11 years ago, legendary television executive Don Corsini took the reins of KTLA-5.
It's been a great thing working for a guy who knows how to lead.
The confounding thing about him is that 90% of the time he's right.
Under his direction, LA's very own quickly catapulted to #1, has won abounding awards, plus airs more hours of local news than any other station.
Good afternoon. This is the KTLA 5 News at 1. I'm Glenn Walker.
Hey, welcome to the 9 o'clock hour.
Now at 11, a heartless heist.
Under your leadership, our news operation became a 24-hour news operation.
You've changed so many lives.
Since 1973, the proven president and general manager has held the top spot at almost every major local station in Los Angeles.
People that had worked with you before said, that's the thing about Don Corsini, is that he's got your back.
Thank you for giving me the opportunities that you've given me.
And somebody it's just been a privilege to work for.
As KCAL 9 and KCBS 2 became the largest duopoly in the country, it was this local television executive at the helm.
I'm so sad that our fearless leader is leaving us. We miss you already.
The respected leader is admired by station managers across the country for his keen eye for talent and shrewd business sense. With such an illustrious career, there is no doubt long after Don Corsini retires, his influence will continue to be seen in LA's local programming, but even more, felt by those who have had the privilege to work for and learn from television news's living legend.
What a nice tribute. And Don, one more indulgence. We have among the luminaries here from KTLA, we've got Eric Spillman, Lynette Romero, Darren Horton, and I previously mentioned Gail Anderson, and many, many more that make up the KTLA family. And so we'd like to commemorate today, December 11th, 2019, as Don Corsini Day in the city of Los Angeles. We'll take a few here.
Everybody right here.
One more right here. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
We'll put that on there too. Are you yours, sir?
Well, good morning to the members of the Los Angeles City Council, my family, and friends and colleagues who are here this morning. To say that I'm honored and humbled to receive this recognition from the Los Angeles City Council would be an understatement. As you recognize me today, of course you recognize my family, my wife Mia, my 2 sons, JJ and Christian, my brothers Richard and Robert and their families, and Mama Corsini here, who recently turned 97 years young. And of course, the hardworking leadership teams and employees with whom I've worked over the years. I wouldn't be here, standing here today, without their loyalty and support, so thank you. A very special thank you to LA City Council member Mitchell Farrell and Council President Herb Wesson for selecting me for this fantastic honor. I never imagined that I'd have a day devoted to me. It's Don Corsini Day. As a native Angelino, I spent more than, as you've heard, 50 years in the media business, with the majority of it spent right here in Los Angeles. And of course, 11 of my best years have been spent right here at KTLA. I'm incredibly proud of the legacy that I leave at KTLA. We now, as you heard, produce more local news and local content than any other station in Los Angeles. You know, as a general manager in local television news, I can recall so many pivotal events, beginning with the North Hollywood shootout back in 1997, through all the other events that we cover as a breaking news organization. I know the importance of a local television station and its role in providing critical information to keep our communities safe and informed. That's my job. I've also seen firsthand how, time and time again, how we have come together to help our fellow Angelinos in need through our support of many charities and fundraisers such as the American Red Cross or the American Heart Association, the Special Olympics of Southern California, and of course Heal the Bay, just to name a few of organizations that we support. I consider myself extremely fortunate to have operated television stations that have been staffed with the best and the brightest in the business, both in front of the camera, behind the camera, all of whom have deep connections to Los Angeles, and more importantly, the abilities to connect to our viewers. You know, once again, it's a great honor to have my work over the past 40 years recognized by the Los Angeles City Council. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Don. Congratulations. If I can, Mr. O'Farrell, Don, I just want to thank you. You know, in light of the hard news that our television stations tend to cover each and every day, we know that KTLA is in the forefront as it relates to ensuring that KTLA covers the good news happening in our city. And I can't thank you enough. I see Gail here. I've spent many mornings with her sharing what's happening in my district and the positive news stories that we also need to share to ensure that the city of Los Angeles reflects a lot of good stories. And I know because of your leadership, Don, and I believe it's also because you're Italian too. So you're leading with your heart, you're compassionate about sharing the good news happening in our city. And I want to thank you for doing just that, and we're going to miss you. And I want to thank those who are surrounding you as well, who are in the forefront of ensuring that the information gets to our residents. So in Italian we say auguri, and we wish you the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So with that, thank you so much, and thank you for joining us. Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell.
Okay. Sure.
And Mr. Price, you're up. Okay, Mr. Price, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, yes, today I am excititoed to recognize the inaugural winners of the CD9 Don't Trash CD9 campaign. And the winner of this campaign is the Animo Jackie Robinson Charter High School. Let's give them a hand. Located on 35th and Hill. As part of my continuous efforts to clean up South LA, I recently launched a one-of-a-kind challenge targeting our local high schools. The Don't Trash CD9 competition pitted 12 high schools in CD9 against one another to see which school would report the most illegal dumping, bulky item pickup, and graffiti removal requests using the My LA 311 campaign, phone app campaign. And the results were simply exciting. During the span of about a month, more than 1,200 My LA 311 calls were made, and Jackie Robinson reporting just under 1,500 of them. That's nearly 2/3 of all the service requests made of the 12 participating high schools. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these students again another round of applause. They are extremely deserving of it. In addition, Animo Jackie Robinson High will not only have bragging rights amongst the other high schools in the district, but they're going to also be awarded $5,000 for their hard work and making the CD9 cleaner and greener. Let me also recognize runner-up for this month at the Dimely High School. Students there reported nearly 600 service requests from October the 27th through December the 9th, 2019. While Animo Jackie Robinson won the first leg of this challenge, the competing schools will have 5 more chances to win as this competition will continue until May 2020. In total, my office has committed to award $30,000 throughout this competition, which money can be used as the students see fit for anything they want or need, be it a party, school trip, supplies, you name it. The goal of the Don't Trash CD9 campaign is for our students to take a leadership role, and by stepping up to the plate and helping to keep our community clean. Let this serve as a reminder that our youth and the future of South LA are important in the growth and development of our community. Students, because of your efforts, more residents are able to see the real beauty in CD9. Now, I'd like to recognize the students and faculty from Animo Jackie Robinson to say a few words, and we'll have our principal, Kristen Botello, first.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Animo Jackie Robinson Charter High School Monarchs, I'm so grateful to you, Councilman Price, for this opportunity to be activists in our community. Our little charter high school is what we like to call small but mighty. We have 600 students, and we beat out big public high schools, so I'm really proud of that. We have raised, over the last 14 years, our students to be activists in the community, to really take ownership of their community, to, as you know, Gandhi says, be the change that they wish to see in their community. And with this opportunity, Councilman Price, it's just one kind of like a starting point for us. I don't know if all of you know, but we had an opportunity to win $5,000 to report illegal dumping and graffiti and trash in our community. Our students were able to report 1,000 incidences of this, which is in some ways sad because there are so many there are so many difficult situations that our students need to face on their way to and from school, but the fact that they took ownership of it and were able to receive this award is just step one, because as you said, there are 5 more opportunities. So our goal is to win $30,000 to win every month, because our little 8-man division of football just took the city championship. So we're winners. Obviously, we're named after Jackie Robinson. That's what we do. We break barriers, and we do what's right for our community. So I'm really proud of our young people. And with that, I want to introduce 2 seniors who both applied to several universities and are hoping to hear from them in the near future, both eager to be accepted by UC Berkeley, so I know that's going to happen. And I want them to speak on behalf of the 12th graders who did most of the reporting for us at AJR. So if we could just welcome Daniel Najera and Cindy Martinez. Go, Daniel. Go, Cindy. Right here, me.
Good morning. My name is Good morning. My name is Cindy Martinez. I would just like to say that thanks to this app, it has empowered youth in a way that we can help improve our society regardless our age. It showed us that there is no age limit when we want change in our society. There is truly strength in numbers. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to my peers. Together, we made this possible. Thank you.
Where did you take the SAT? Where? This young lady took the SAT, and with her friend on the way home just decided to walk. And as they walked home, they made 100 calls, or they made 100 reports walking. So I was super proud of her, Cindy.
All right.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Hello, my name is Daniel Najera, and I'm a senior at Animo Jackie Robinson. Firstly, on behalf of my school and my peers, I'd like to commend Councilmember Price and his team for initiating this competition and introducing us to the MyLA 311 app. This competition enables students in low-income communities like mine to use the resources that the city provides to help create positive change within our communities. Secondly, I'd like to thank and commend my school and peers for organizing and uniting as one to ensure that we won this competition. We plan on working diligently to win the competitions that come in the following months as well. Councilmember Price, on behalf of our school, I'd like to invite you to our school to come to our school campus to talk to the students about the work you are doing currently in the city of Los Angeles and CD9, and to continue communicating the importance of the MyLA 311 app to our school community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And on behalf of the citizens in CD9, we want to present this $5,000 check to Animo Jackie Robinson Charter High for winning the monthly. Come on around.
Thank you, guys.
Winning the monthly Don't Trash CD9 campaign.
Smile, guys. We won.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, put your hand in the hold it up.
Mr. Price, I'd like to recognize Mr. Harris Dawson, if I might.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. Price. And just a big congratulations to our friends at Jackie Robinson Charter School. I want to let all of you know while you're posing for pictures, this is one of the most important things that any of you can do for your community. So many times in our neighborhoods, people are told things are bad and they're just going to be that way and there's nothing you can do about it. And you've demonstrated to all your friends, to your family, to your community, that there is something you can do about it. So keep clicking, keep showing your parents how to click, your neighbors how to click, keep submitting those reports. When I took office, the 8th and the 9th district were at the bottom of all council districts in submitting 311 calls. Now CD8 and CD9 are near the top of all the districts in the city. So congratulations to you all on this work, and thank you for what you're doing for our neighborhoods and for our city.
The girls are a little nervous, but they're going to do a cheer for you.
All right. Okay, Madam Clerk, at this time, why don't we move into our special agenda?
Yes, sir. Blumenfield, Bonin, Buscaino, Cedillo, Harris Dawson, Weezer, Kretz, Krikorian, Lee, Martinez, O'Farrell, Price, Rodriguez, Rue, Wesson, 15 members in a quorum, Mr. President. Items 64 and 65 are items for which public hearings have been held. The committee reports for 64 and 65 have been posted, circulated, and are now before council, sir.
Okay, but as we go into this portion, why don't we take public comment first? So, Mr. Previn, if you'd come forward. Items 64 and 65.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, and this is a special meeting, which means there's only 24 hours notice, so thank you for bringing it to our attention. But it was not posted on the website last night, so that's a bit of a wrinkle. And also on the agenda, it says items for which an opportunity for public comment will be provided, followed by a blank space. Then it shows what Sharon Jin just announced, that items for which public hearings have been held, and now, of course, if you're here and you happen to have sued and won at the appellate court, you can speak. But the rest of the Angelinos don't know, so that's why I'm going to talk about the items right now. That's what I'm going to do.
Please,
Thank
good
you.
idea.
And the items include, the first one is Monica Rodriguez, or the second one is Monica Rodriguez's district, where it's a fairly large development. I believe that there's I read 157 acres. Wait, is that right? 57 acres. Sorry, 215 homes on 57 acres. It's out near West Latuna Canyon and North Tujunga. Those may sound familiar because it is fire country. So here we go. We're going to be building and developing all sorts of homes, and we're going to be increasing a parcel tax thanks to the County Board of Supervisors. They've flopped it on the ballot for folks who own homes all over the county, not just in CD7, but all over the county, sir, going to be assessed 6 cents per square foot if we vote for it. But people are going, wait a minute, don't we already pay a lot for the LA County Fire Department? Do we really want to earmark $134 million a year for up to $2 billion for 15 years? No. We don't. And this is a development where I look forward to seeing how it comes together. I know you love the horses out there. The other one is an item which has to do with the accessory dwelling units. Also a big hot button issue. Yesterday at County Board of Supervisors, LAUSD Goldberger came by to say, we've got tons of these bungalows, and if you're willing to pay the 35 grand to pick them up and move them over to Blumenfield's house, we can move forward immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Previn. If we could now get Mr. Sachs, Arnold Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Arnold Sachs. And I, too, agree with Mr. Previn. This was just on the Board of Supervisors meeting for vehicles, accessory dwelling units, ADU, that the LAUSD is going to tear down a lot of their, or they have a lot of bungalows that they're not going to be using, and they're going to put them up for sale, essentially. So if you want an ADU unit in your backyard, you can contact LAUSD or maybe your county board of supervisor and talk to them about how you can have it delivered to your backyard. Maybe you have to put a pad in. Maybe you have to have some hookups for electricity and water. But essentially, you could have a fairly good unit to use for your backyard if you want to have somebody to house, like a relative. They talked about homeless people, but that's not really going to happen. And by the way, Mr. City Attorney, why does it say items for public opportunity and then it says items for which public hearings have been held? Do you understand the difference between those two? Because it states it right here on this agenda. And if you have the opportunity to speak publicly, then that means
why don't you move back onto the items?
I am on the item. It is exactly the instructions of your agenda. That's the real problem here, Mr. City Attorney.
Please.
I am speaking pretty plainly.
No,
and
but
then,
you're not
okay, let's say
speaking to the
65. Consideration of there's a lot of verbiage here for nothing. I mean, there's like 700 words here for nothing. Exactly what does it mean to the average layman, and how do you have to understand it to figure out what exactly the city council is doing here? And we're on CD7. Who is in CD7? That would be Monica. Do you understand? Never mind. She's.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Herman.
Nowhere in the United States of America shall we be offended by the consideration of this exemption statutory in pursuit of equality. I'm making reference to equality because, as you see, the verbiage of this 666-page document of just trash relates to the concern that the public for Los Angeles City Planning Commission and ordinance first consideration is no more than bullshit, as I read it directly off the agenda before I'm targeted by the offensive city attorney of East Hall of Los Angeles, who assumes that I'm off topic. Color of the law, 18
Mr.
USC.
Herman, you're now off
242,
topic. Get back on the item.
245. And again, the dwelling units per jury accessory dwelling, as I read it into the record. Fuck you. Then on item 65, again, CD7, another Wheezy Dawson shit. Current price, Los Angeles City Planning Commission nigger ordinance first consideration relative to the vesting zone change, motherfuckers. Because again, requirements, application are
Mr. Herman, all you're doing is
relatory,
reading the agenda.
discriminatory,
Okay,
in
Mr.
case number
Herman.
CPC
Okay,
2007.
his time's expired. Cut the mic. Now I want Rob Kwan. No, Mr. Herman, you're off topic. Go sit down, please. You're disrupting this meeting. Mr. Rob Kwan, that's your last warning, Mr. Herman.
I wasn't going to comment on this item, but I do want to just second Mr. Previn on the fact that the city attorney is wrong, and it shouldn't be improper for us to utilize our time during public comment to point out when the city attorney is wrong. And if we have to take it to court, we'll keep on doing it.
Mr. Kwan, if you'd get on topic, please.
You've been wrong twice this year.
No, Mr. Kwan, now your
Oberstein
time.
and
Now your
Previn.
time is expired. Okay. Mr. Murphy, are you still here?
I'm supporting this item. And Mr. City Attorney, an advice for you. Why don't you let people talk?
Come on, Mr. Murphy, you're not on topic. Okay, Lynn Moses, items 64 and 65.
Good morning, sir. The major problem in the black community is we don't have any representation. So I'm proud to stand here and try to represent my people. These item 64 is relative to accessory dwelling units. I don't believe it's just the items that were talked about at the county board, but these units are legal now, and most of the state and the cities recognize that they're a way to end homelessness. These units, as opposed to what you gentlemen and gentlewomen are doing, spending $600,000 per unit, ripping off the people, their Triple H bond funds, $600,000 per unit. These units can be built for about $30,000 cost. Instead, what we're doing, Mr. Wesson gave away another dog today, but there's no
Let's
no
stay on
homes
topic,
for people.
Mr. Moses.
There's no homes for people. Totally immoral man's inhumanity to man. And now you want to export your homeless generation skills to the county board. Anyway,
Okay,
these
Mr.
units,
Moses, you're off
these
topic. I
units
warned
can
you
be
twice.
built
Your
for
time's
30,000.
expired. Mr. Greenspan, your time's expired, Mr. Moses. Please take a chair. You're now disrupting this meeting. No, you're disrupting this meeting. Please take a chair. Okay, Mr. Greenspan. Items 64 and 65.
Yes, my time's running. Mike Greenspan, and I do want to mention a couple things. First of all, on item 64, we're talking about changing some things and getting these, I guess, excess merchandise or whatever you want to call them, storage units from the LAUSD. I mean, how much are these going for? I mean, sure, sell them for $1 or something. They're probably going to end up in the landfill otherwise if we don't use it. So I mentioned yesterday at the supervisor meeting about making housing out of these. Then another thing the school should be doing is donating excess food to the homeless. The rats are eating better than people, and that's just horrible. I'm on topic. I'm just letting you know a certain point with the schools. Now, the other thing, I live nearby, not right next door, but nearby the Sunland area. We're talking about horse property. Well, let's go chop up the horse property and put more subdivisions. We'll make kind of this Mayberry single-family residence, two-car garage type.
I think you've kind of veered off topic, so let's get back on.
Well, do you want me to read the actual description on item 65?
No, I don't. But please
okay,
get back
thank
on
you.
topic.
Then please don't interrupt me, and I'm just talking about
Okay,
what's going out there.
Mr. Greenspan, now your time's expired. Please take a seat. Antonio Ramirez, please, on items 64 and 65. Please stay on items 64 and 65.
Thank you. I say item number 64, sue the city and fire all these fucking Democrats. Now, having said that, ladies and gentlemen, we do need to not so much regulate people's decisions on how to build on their home and their properties. I say accessory dwelling units, absolutely, and junior accessory dwelling units, absolutely. Let people decide, make the choice. It's freedom in America to do what they will with their properties. Now, if they want an added income, we have a high homeless epidemic. Not to mention a fucking goddamn gang and nigger epidemic, but that's beside the point. We have a homeless crisis. There's no problem in renting out the units to homeless people that are reasonably safe. Because goddamn, most of them are not safe. And so I recommend that after you've done all your goddamn resources and CEQA analysis, which costs us taxpayers and homeless individuals money, after the city has paid off everybody, there's no more money in the HHH fund, and we can at least help the homeless by renting out units in these accessory dwelling units as well as these junior accessory dwellings. And going on to 65, ladies and gentlemen, again, we must bring freedom and stop all the, we have so many expenditures in the cities. What you're doing is you're helping your partners, your friends, your homies, all of them to provide them jobs and all that and do all these accessories and all these, and check on anything and everything that it does not pertain to the city. And what you're doing is you're helping all your homies get money, city money on contracts, illegal contracts. And what you do is you end up putting people on the streets. And that's what you're doing. You're not not providing adequate, reasonable, expeditious resources for the homeless as well as those who are impending to be homeless. God bless.
Thank you, Marco Waters. Items 64 and 65. Marco, are you here? No, come on, Miss Ramirez, you're disrupting this meeting. Is Mr. Hunt here? I don't see Mr. Hunt. Okay, now we're going to go to item 64. I have a card from a Matt Devine. Matt Devine, please come forward.
Thank you. I almost regret not being more inflammatory with what I have prepared, but I'm here supporting the ADU ordinance. My organization, Our Backyard Homes, is a 501c3 that was established to house homeless college students in backyard tiny homes on wheels in the city. So I urge the council to pass the ordinance allowing movable tiny homes as ADUs. The ordinance would not only improve the city's affordable housing stock, it'd give lower income renters the opportunity to own equity in a living space, which I think is important, and homeowners give them the opportunity to earn income with for unused backyards in the city, especially large plots in the Crenshaw and West Valley district. Additionally, the law would allow my organization to operate, linking homeowners with unhoused college students. With the support of the city and an ordinance like this, we believe movable tiny homes can have a measurable impact on fighting our city's affordable housing stock. All I'd ask for is the city to consider future waivers to allow for off-grid features to empower groups like ours to incorporate sustainable green technology into these inherently temporary structures, hereby lowering expenses for installing these structures in backyards. Thank you.
Okay, on this item, Madam Clerk, let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Now we'll go to item 65. Mark Dutton, Michelle Pincus, Lisa Morris, please come forward. Paul Grinbell, Yvonne Johnson. Yes, sir, identify yourself.
Good morning, honorable council members. Let's be clear, this is not affordable housing. It is not affordable. This is not an upzoned RD5. It is double that. 215 homes with subdivisions and 2 accessory dwellings per lot means a potential 600 or more homes and the 2 to 3 cars that come with those homes. This is not within fire city regulation distance from firehouses. The EIR does not take into account consideration dangerous fire conditions brought about by climate change since this project began 12 years ago. Canyon Hills will add another 230 homes on top of the canyon, more than doubling the number of cars to the canyon with 2-lane roads. This is, however, located in a very high fire severity zone. Let that sink in. Our residents overwhelmingly support our council member, Monica Rodriguez's opposition to this terrible project.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Ms. Ramirez, no more outbreaks. Yes, identify yourself.
Hi, my name's Lisa Morris, and I'm a longtime Foothill resident. And I had a couple of things to talk about. It just so happens, just moments before this meeting, I did get a call from Anthony Morales, who's the chief for the Gabrielino Tonga tribe. His name is Chief Red Blood. Anyways, he knows the historical significance of this property for the area, and he just wanted to make sure that you all knew and that it's in the footprint of the San Gabriel National Monument, and due to the bill that was just passed in Congress by Judy Chu and Adam Schiff, it's very possible that this will become part of that. I have to personally still research that. I don't know that for a fact, but that is a good possibility, and it's also part of the rim of the valley that they want to make.
Thank you. Next speaker, please identify yourself.
Thank you. My name is Paul Krabiel. I live in Tahunga. I want to talk about the fire danger. In 2017, the Latuna Fire and Creek Fire destroyed 128 structures and forced over 100,000 people to evacuate our area, many with difficulty. Wildfires are getting worse due to climate change. Over 9,000 raged across our state that year, killing 47 people. That was equal to the number of deaths for the previous 10 years. In November 2018, the deadliest wildfire in our state's history destroyed Paradise, killing 86 people and destroying nearly 14,000 homes. The LA Times explained, quote, "The roads out of Paradise gridlocked within an hour of the first evacuation order. Hundreds of residents were trapped deep within town, cut off by flames. Our conditions in Tahunga are the same." Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name's Yvonne Johnson. As a mom and resident of Tahunga for 27 years, and after our experience with both the Latuna and Creek fires in 2017, this project scares the hell out of me. Getting into the neighborhood to get our family evacuated was terrifying. Waiting in gridlock, trying to save our children and pets was nerve-wracking. A normal 5-minute drive took over an hour. As I saw the plume of smoke, I prayed to God to help us, that it would not be too late. This proposed project would exacerbate evacuations and the fire threat to the surrounding community by putting over 1,000 cars and families on our tiny, 2-lane, windy country roads. Our community live in a thrift trap due to overdeveloping without the infrastructure updates to match. Considering climate change, the rezone on this wildland-urban interface must be stopped. Thank you.
Next. Identify yourself.
Hello, honorable council members. My name is Michelle Pincus, and I'm asking you not to change the zoning. Paradise, California is like Tahunga, California, a small town in a valley surrounded by mountains and hills. When the campfire engulfed Paradise, 86 people were killed and the city was destroyed. They and our state suffered a $10.5 billion loss. Bruce Kane from Stanford University says it's not a land management and wildland fire management problem. It's an urban planning problem. He said it's an issue of where and how to build and how do you get people out in time. Basically, it is a city planning zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now let us prepare to. No, Mr. Spindler, sit down. The conversation had already begun. We'd already taken. Now you're disrupting the meeting, Mr. Spindler. Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, sit down, Mr. Spindler, or you will be removed.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank my colleagues on Plum Committee yesterday for taking the action of what we need to be doing, responsible development and planning in this city. With climate change and our new normal of wildfires, 3 of the city's largest wildfires in 2 years that I've been in office, this is an area that has been highly impacted, and we have to be having realistic conversations that are based in the realities that we're living in today. So I want to thank you for honoring the work that we need to be doing here in the conversations. I know Mr. Bonin and I have been having conversations about what development looks like given our new realities of wildfires and the types of density that is created in certain locations, what is appropriate, when it's not. And as we continue to work to fulfill our greater objectives to provide housing for all income levels throughout the city of Los Angeles, we should be doing so with the thoughtfulness that is required of all of us, to do so in such a way that we don't continue to create unnecessary dangerous potential. So I thank you so much, and I want to thank again my colleagues on the committee for honoring the request to deny this zone change. Thank you.
Mr. Cedillo. In fact, Mr. O'Connell, let's bring him in. Mr. Cedillo, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, I was happy to join my colleagues yesterday in listening to the community, but it left a few questions that need to be answered as we look at the development of housing in the city. And the question is, if not there, then where? A real simple question. If we're not going to build there, then where? And if not now, then when? Because it's extraordinary for me, who has and represents perhaps the most dense district, clearly the most dense in the city and probably maybe the most dense in the nation, to look at a golf course and be told that, well, this is too much density. And so, okay, well, if that's too much density, if that's not the appropriate place to build housing, then simply where? Because there's another new normal, and that new normal is called homelessness. And we have to address that. That new normal is the challenges of affordability and supply. And so I'm happy to join my colleagues yesterday in rejecting the zone change, but we can't continue to reject building housing and then talk about our housing problem. Yesterday, Mr. Harris Dawson noted that it's a failure of the private sector to build appropriate supply. But we're not building it yet. But while we are relying on the private sector, they're never going to be able to build the appropriate supply if we encumber them with so many obstacles that they can't build it. And so just to be redundant, if not there, then where? And if not now, then when? Thank you.
Okay, let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, are we...
Mr. President, would council like all items at the special meeting to go forthwith,
yes,
sir?
as well, yes. Mr. City Attorney, did you have something, or was that... Okay, so we should adjourn, and if we have completed, let's adjourn and return to the regular.
Mr. President, for the record, the amendments for item 15 and 37 have been posted and circulated and are now before council, sir.
Okay, Mr. Buscaino, item 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm excited about this recommendation by Mayor Garcetti. I'd like to call Mr. Bagakis, John Bagakis, recommendation that's come forth through Mayor Garcetti to serve on the Harbor Area Planning Committee. Mr. Bagakis, who is here before us, started at a young age and managing partner of Big Nick's Pizza, and under John's leadership, Big Nick's has become one of the busiest restaurants and generous community partners in the San Pedro area. Was awarded the 2017 Small Business of the Year by the San Pedro Chamber of Commerce, recognized as the 2018 Business of the Year by the Rotary Club. John was born and raised in San Pedro, and something that I'm proud of, because we share this title, he was named the future leader of San Pedro when he was a senior in high school. He is currently serving as vice chairman of the San Pedro Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors and chairs a holiday parade and honorary mayor committees. John also serves as vice chairman of the board for the Encore Youth Theater Group. Also is a board member of the Little Italy of Los Angeles, board member, and a festival chairman for the South Bay Greek Festival in Redondo Beach. Also a member of the Italian American Club, Trapido Club of San Pedro, and the AHEPA. An Italian and Greek. He is joined by a supporting and loving mother, Nancy Groppo Bagakis, who's here. And it is a love fest. A lot of our community stakeholders are here to support John, George Palazzo, James Baeza, Manny Jimenez, Mark Gonzalez, the chairman of the LA Dem Party, and as well as Joseph Lopez, among others. So, John, tell us a little bit why you want to take on this important role as we're seeing investment coming through the waterfront communities.
Thank you, Council Member. As I mentioned yesterday when I was here, the harbor area specifically is prime for development and growth. Our economies are ready to burst. I've heard since elementary school 30 years ago how great development would be, especially on our waterfront. And 30 years later, we're finally making it happen, and the future is bright. I'm excited to be a part of it and help lead development into the future of the harbor area communities. And I'm especially honored to actually fill the seat that was once held by James Diamond, a local leader in our community, one of the loudest voices in the room, and a mentor of mine personally, and I learned a lot from him.
Thank you, John. We appreciate, and I thank you for mentioning JD. Those are big shoes to fill. He continues to be in our hearts and minds, a sudden loss, as we know, for our community. I just want to speak on behalf of the entire Council District 15. You have been in the forefront of key community issues. You've been an advocate of improving our quality of life in and around the San Pedro Wilmington communities. And I want to thank you for your time that you've spent on the ground, being in the forefront of key issues. So again, thanks to Mayor Garcetti, to Chairman Harris Dawson and Plum for moving forward on this recommendation.
Thank you.
And I ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Okay, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Roof for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do want to recognize someone in the audience today, and he is the leader of our local Democratic Party, and that's Mark Gonzalez, our LA County Democratic Party chairman.
Let's give Mark Gonzalez a round of applause. Welcome, sir. Okay, Ms. McAllister, would you like to come down? Items 1A through 1C, 56, 57, and then your general public comment. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good to see you. I'd like to put a hold on these liens. We've got a lot of people, African Americans, on Skid Row, about 20,000, and they're all over the city and the state. Mr. President, and especially many of them are coming out of your 10th district. In fact, you're moving in white people into your district and you're moving the black people out. Now, I think we need to put a hold on these liens because we have too many homeless African Americans. Mr. President, I don't think it's a coincidence either. You're the longest running president after Mr. Ferrero, and you have put in no motions to help black people. You help people of color. And you know what people of color is? Everybody, even ones with rouge on, okay? I'm talking about African Americans, the descendants of slaves. I'm a descendant of slave, and I believe you are too. I know my people. I know the descendants when I see them. All three of you are descendants of slaves. So we need something done about that. Also, number 31, you want money for youth. Well, I know what the youth are. These are the illegal alien youth.
So,
like
Ms. McAllister, we've already
Just switch back
dealt
to
with 31.
Okay, excuse me, I'm going over the items I selected. Am I doing
No,
multi?
I told you the ones that you could speak on.
Okay, give me that again then. I thought I was doing all of them.
No.
Oh,
you-
okay, I understand. I got it now. Some I selected, and I shouldn't have spoke on those. Okay, you're right. Okay, number 15, can I speak on that?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, New York City, you want to get information from New York City and Chicago about a home-based program that they built and how successful it is. Well, I don't know if you know this, but New York City has 63,000 people sleeping in their shelters at night. We're not counting the people on the street. And 40,000 are African-American with their children. So I don't know what kind of example you're going to make of New York. Okay, you need to get that money, that HHH money that you got, that $1.4 billion, and use that to build housing. And we want African-Americans to get into housing, not illegal alien Mexicans, Hispanics, Latinos, and Filipinos. Okay, we need to get my people off the street. Now we're going to start holding you black people accountable that we elect. I want black men to hold a meeting for you three, and if you don't do what you're supposed to do, we're going to do what the Ayatollah did, okay, with Rusky. Okay, we got to put you guys, make you accountable. We don't vote you in office for you to talk about you represent people of color. We know who people of color are. They're not black people. Now, you don't want to really make me angry because I see some stuff going down right now that's going to get most of you out of office. And I want my people off the street. I am a descendant of slaves. We want reparations. Not only are we not getting reparations, there is a Holocaust going on against African Americans in this country. I'm doing my research. I see it. We've got 30,000 here, 40,000 in New York, 20,000 homeless black people in
Thank you.
Chicago.
Now your 1 minute.
My public comment?
Yes, ma'am.
After 8 years as Los Angeles City Council President, Herb Wesson announced he will step down from the presidency in January, and he will focus on for the 2nd District seat for the County Board of Supervisors. He will continue to be on this council until November of 2020. Under Herb Wesson, Herb helped move 40,000 African Americans out of their homes into the streets. They're in shelters, they're on the street, they're everywhere, living in their automobiles. Herb Wesson has done this. Now, black people are not taking this lightly. When I say black, I'm talking about African Americans. 3 weeks ago, a white woman was kidnapped in Leimert Park. A white woman homeowner recorded her screams and videoed the van speeding off with the white woman screaming. I saw the video online, so I know what I'm talking about. I am asking all African Americans to don't vote for Herb Wesson on the Board of Supervisors, because I believe the white man got him getting ready to get rid of blacks out of this whole county.
Thank you. Okay, Marco Juarez, items 1A through 1C. Then you have item 56 and 57. Please stay on those items, sir.
Good morning. My name is Marco Juarez. We had a Matthew Ash Shirts with the telephone number 213-978-2204, but that's still the Homeless and Poverty Committee report. What is the communication for the mayor? Well, the most important issue that's I can go to my public comment. That's going to be more important. Mr. Hurd. Can I get to the public comment?
Straight to general public comment, you said?
Yes. The reason I'm here again, that's still, who's going to do anything to stop harassment, intimidation, retaliation, and to protect disabled Hispanic tenants from discrimination, especially from Los Angeles Housing Community Investment Department, and all the investigators, starting with Joseph Plasencia, April Aguilar, Evelyn Araujo, Marilena Diaz, Leticia Bates, and when someone of you is going to do something for all illegal increases of rent we've been suffering since 2001, I've been proving everything. $650, that's $18, 3%, not $40. And they've been increasing, they know everything about it. And they every time I complain to this agency, they say, no, we're not going to help you. That's discrimination. If I open the case in English, they don't want to take care of me because they refuse to talk with me in Spanish. And they send me letters. That's clear discrimination against disabled Spanish tenants. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Eric Previn, items 1A through 1C, 56 and 57. Mr. Previn. You can also speak on item 15 if you'd like.
That's right, sir. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, and item 15 was amended. This is a NIDO idea. Here, rather than inventing our own policies at LASA, where Kelly Bernard is about to be appointed back to the LASA Authority, which is a big deal for an ACOM person, because ACOM got their own hotel, including a $17 million kickback, which is pretty damn good. And they're also your treasured partners on the environmental consulting panel and many other panels. But the point about item 15 is, let's offer people who are still clinging to their homes. I remember during the budget hearing, Avak is talking to Awizar. He's got something more important. But during the budget hearing, Koretz was concerned, what about people who are on the brink? Can we give them some rental assistance or some legal assistance or some way to keep people in there? Again, it's so rude. Are they just going to talk through this entire process?
Mr. Previn, stay on topic.
This is disrupting the meeting.
Mr. Previn, if you want to do your public
Gil
comment.
Cedillo, they're all
okay,
chatting,
you
sir.
want to go to your
No,
general
I want to
public
talk
comment?
about item 15.
Then get on topic.
Okay, well, we're talking about cash assistance. Krikorian pins up a 15A to ape some of the things that have been going on in Chicago and New York that work, but they're small programs where people actually help and do. This reads like the most sensible homeless item in the world, and it's a teeny little pilot with $1 million, but it's actually $2 million when you look inside it. So I don't quite get why he's apportioning just $1 million. But frankly, it's an important item. Now, in addition to that, because we're running out of time, you know, I want to clarify that Monica Rodriguez was opposed to that project in the special meeting. The people didn't even know. And so you run such a crappy meeting.
Items you signed
Yeah,
up
I know.
for?
It was inside the special meeting, the one where you denied Spindler, and they had to call Weston's
you're
lawyer.
No, Mr. Okay,
I know.
Mr.
I don't know
Give
what to tell
Mr.
you.
Previn his 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead, Mr. Previn.
That's fine. That's fine, sir, and I appreciate it. First of all, it's so noisy right now. I can barely.
Shh. Go ahead, Mr. Previn.
Oh, sweet. That was very sweet of you, sir. You didn't have to do that, but thank you. My general public comment is I just want to emphasize that Holly Wolcott, today, ironically, Dion O'Connell is down here for old time's sake, the chief operating wrongdoing officer who sat in Fauble's chair. But Holly Wolcott, I'm afraid, is heading for the door. You can always tell when one individual is loaded up with all sorts of wrongdoing, sir, including when your Deron Williams called immediately after finding out that the FBI was looking, and she quickly wrote a note saying, we got rats all over the place. All the little wrongdoings are going to come out because Holly Wolcott seems to be on her way out the door. She is really taking one for the team, and I appreciate what she's doing, but no agendas in the meeting with a brazenness. This weird labeling of the special meeting agenda, which not just me, but 3 people, including Sean, brought up. What is going on? It's very contradictory. So good luck,
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Previn. Thank you. Antonio Ramirez. Antonia, you have items 15, 56, and 57.
Oh. Thank you very much. Number 15. Lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, the Chicago Homeless Prevention and New York City home-based programs work. And you want to know why they work? Because they're sending all their goddamn homeless people to California. Of course it's working. Chicago and New York, it's freezing cold out there. Hell, I lived in New York City. I grew up in New York City. And let me tell you, God bless the New Yorkers. They got spit and they got brains. And they are sending all their homeless people to California because the weather is better and the opportunities and the resources are a little better. Go to Skid Row. And so having said that, ladies and gentlemen, of course it's going to work. They don't have to absorb all the winter expenses. The city gets to pocket all the money at the homeless expenses. All of them have fled since last year, actually this year in August, and they're already here. We see a lot of new faces on the homeless streets. So, yeah, it's going to work. They're not stupid. Now what you have to do is figure out how you're going to manage the compounding homeless problem from all over, not just the East Coast, but from all over the country. God help us. And having said that, number 15, thank you. That was number 56. Now we're going to 56, excuse me. Number 56. Ladies and gentlemen, local emergency by the mayor. God damn, the local emergency by the mayor, he should drop dead. The son of a bitch, Eric Garcetti, has done a poor job of really handling the entire city crisis. We have a economic crisis. We have a criminal crisis. We have a foreign wetback gangbanging epidemic. We have a homeless epidemic. We have a house epidemic. God damn, where are we going to? What is this mayor going to do to rectify the wrongs while he was in office? All this has been under his tenure. And again, we are in an emergency. We have an emergency crisis. If we don't rectify this by this year, we're going to really be out, all of us, including yourselves, out on the streets. Or the city will have to declare bankruptcy and you will not have a job. So, having said that, you need to rectify all the problems that are lingering that you, the fucking Democrats, brought into this plate. Again, the city is a reflection of your asses, not mine. I brought it here to expose it like Spindler and all the others. We brought and exposed the goddamn problems. You never listened. We're
So
not crazy.
I
You
think
fucked
you're
up.
off topic,
Time to
Ms.
get
Ramirez.
the fucking
Get back
Republicans
on
here, man.
and
Get
stop
the fucking
shouting into the
Republicans
mic.
and get this shit taken care of now. God bless you, City Attorney. You know I think you're a nice guy. Having said that, thank you. Do I go to my public
Okay,
comments?
give her 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year for all our homeless gang stalking victims. Please do not donate any money to the satanic elite Zionist fucking Jews, including all the criminal fraudulent charity monopolies and all Latino Chango gangbanging organizations. Homeboy and Homegirl Industries. And don't donate any money to any militant slave master pimp, niggers, and black organizations. And no money or donations to the Catholic Church and La Placita Reina de Los Angeles and their faggot wetback priests who are freeloading bombs. One is Arturo Corrales. Next, Roberto Reygosa. 3, Miguel Angel Cortez. The religious hypocritical pussies who have not helped the women but helped endanger homeless Mexican, Latina, and the elderly individuals and put their lives in imminent danger. En la Plaza de la Cultura y de Artes, the 3 big enchiladas and Walters, and Securitas, a security agency with their fat fuck, bald-headed asshole Alonso, who's a gangbanger who
Thank you,
brings
Ms.
down...
Ramirez. Thank you, Ms. Ramirez.
And Mr. Spindler, during Ms. Ramirez's presentation, the part where she wasn't shouting and so loud, you were making pig noises the entire time. You've already been warned. Please stop it.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. And Mr. Spindler, that's your last warning. That is your last warning. Ms. Rodriguez?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate having the opportunity to follow that. Colleagues, today is a historic day. And it's not just because a 16-year-old youth activist was named Times Person of the Year in Greta Thunberg, but because from Parkland to the city of Los Angeles, youth voices matter. And I want to thank the Invest in Youth Coalition that is here with us today for their incredible advocacy, for working alongside with us to make sure that here in the city of Los Angeles, we will continue to make progress in assuring that youth voices are recognized and memorialized in the decisions and the investments that we make here in the city of Los Angeles. And I want to give you a recognition and a round of applause. If you please stand and be recognized. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Huizar, for being a co-conspirator in this initiative. He is someone who has a long-standing history of advocating for youth from his days on the school board. And, you know, we are all aligned in these initiatives to help assure that when we talk about how we prioritize funding in the city of Los Angeles, when we look at how we've distributed resources across 26 different departments without a clear mission and agenda to assure that we are making decisions that are effective, that are helping to reach and connect with the needs that we have in the youth of this, with the youth of this city. We have an opportunity right now through the adoption of this task force, a nimble and effective and representative task force that will help provide an agenda of how we move forward to creating what will be the Youth Development Department in the city of Los Angeles. So I want to thank you for your advocacy, and I want to thank you, colleagues, for your support and participation in this effort. Mr. Price, for your support and leadership as well on the EDC committee. This is history today. And it's done so because youth voices matter, and they matter here in the city of Los Angeles, and it's because of your leadership and your example that we are here in this moment today. So I want to thank you, and colleagues, I ask for your aye vote.
Mr. Huizar.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for moving this item forward and being such a staunch advocate of not only this item, but also of our youth. And we came here today because a lot of your effort as well, seeing it through. And to our youth who came a couple of years ago to my office discussing the possibility of creating a department whose goal that is in moving forward with today's item. Thank you so much as well. These are young people from throughout the city, but particularly from Boyle Heights, where creating and supporting young people in that community makes a big difference in their life as they move forward. So thank you so much. And to Luca Lancha as well, and Legacy LA and the work you're doing, guiding these students and these young people. Thank you so much as well. You know, there was a time when we had a thing called the Commission for Children, Youth, and Families. It was robust. It analyzed every policy in the city and the budget and how it impacts youth and how youth could be not only involved, but how we create a legacy for our young people so that we're not only thinking of the present, but for the future of this city. Unfortunately, because of budget cuts, that commission was absorbed into a larger commission, and we really don't have that strong and loud voice like we used to. We're hoping that with today's step, we'll start to reestablish that. This creates a youth development task force that will advise the city on how to move forward with a strategy and better serving our young people, how to better coordinate not only all the funding that we get federally, state, and local funding as well, but also how do we talk to each other inside this building about whether or not we have a common and unified vision and goal and how to better serve our young people. And we, as Ms. Rodriguez mentioned, we wouldn't be here today without the youth and who asked us to move forward with this. So thank you so much for enlightening us on how important this is. And we look forward to working with all of you on this task force and eventually on to a potential department if that is what the task force decides to move forward with and request of this city. So thank you so much, and we look forward to working with all of you.
Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you. I too want to rise and recognize Monica Jose, and I'm proud to work alongside you both on this initiative. Colleagues, often remember the time when I was arresting and booking young people. It was a time where I was being directed to address issues of truancy, of curfew, bullying, and I was sick and tired of putting these kids in the back of my police car. And I turned to my police captain at the time as a SLO and said, Cap, I would rather have the kids in the front working with me in the police car instead of in the back with handcuffs. And when I found in that time where we developed a teen advisory panel that their voices are powerful. When our teenagers, our youth speak, people listen. And it's evident in today's front page of the Time magazine. So I'm happy to see the city move and commit itself to forming, ultimately, a youth development department. Because we can talk about youth issues, but unless we put our initiative in front and actually put our words to work, then we can just continue to talk about using teenagers and youth to problem solve in the city, whether it's climate change, economic development, public safety, police, community relations. So I'm really proud to have this task force formed today as we move along ways to embrace our kids and our youth, to ensure that they have a voice in the decision-making process in this building. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, let's go with Mr. Sachs. Mr. Sachs, you have item 1B, 56 and 57. Please speak to those items.
Public comment. Public comment?
Yes.
Oh, so I get 2 minutes?
Mr. Sachs, you got 3 minutes in public comment.
That includes the public comment.
Mr. Sachs,
Thank you. So anyway, I appreciate all the hard work that everybody does here. It's really amazing. And I noticed here that you have some liens on your agenda. But does anybody here, when these liens get sent out, do you send a notification that they should go to the Rent Adjustment Commission to have a hearing before them so that they could have their liens discussed? I mean, it is one of the city council, cities, agencies, they have listed here a rent adjustment commission that you can discuss liens at. I highly recommend, it's on a bulletin board, you should look at this and get an idea. You can go to Garland Street and take a look at it. I'm sure it must have slipped everybody's mind about that. But it's there, and they put this out once a month. You can check and maybe have your lien discussed. But I also have an idea. I have a, what was I wrote here? I have a initiative, a fundraising initiative that you might consider. There's been, if you've noticed, there's a lot of, for liens, to help people pay their liens, you've noticed there's a lot of copywriting going on. And so I thought maybe we could copyright, or maybe I could copyright, or maybe somebody could copyright the phrase California Republic. Because you see it on flags, but it's not copyrighted.
So I think we veered off of the.
Veer back.
No, I'm saying
Mr. Sachs, just veer back. Just veer back.
It could help to fund
veer back.
people who have liens on their property. And it would be a city council initiative under a, see that, Mr. City? It's a city council initiative to raise funds.
Why don't we move on to items?
Oh, so why don't we
items.
move on to public comment here? And public comment, I noticed also there's 13 motions on the bulletin board, but none of them have been read into the record. Herb, you ought to check on that. And there was something about free speech versus hate speech. Mr. City Attorney, have you looked into the difference between those two? And then I appreciate the fact that you are looking for your son who's homeless, Herb. Have you looked into the Affordable Care Act as far as care for your son who's out on the street? And the deficit that we're always facing in the city and the county, but nobody but myself has asked about the marijuana sales tax revenue. Where is it? What happened to it? Herb, it's your house. Herb's Herb Bank. What happened to the revenue? Do we have a discussion? We heard a budget discussion yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, Ms. Richardson, Jacqueline Richardson, you have items 15, 56, 57. Come on, dear, in your general public comment.
Ms. Richardson, you signed up for items 56, 57, I'm sorry, 56 and 57 in general public comment.
No, just general public comments. I don't know how that happened. I'm sorry about it.
No, it's not a problem. Go ahead and give her 1 minute and go ahead and speak during public comment now.
Did you know during the last election that included the sheriff, they had 2 million mail-in votes? If you want to confirm that, 2 million mail-in votes after the election was over, you can contact Channel 4, 5, or 2. They reported that after the election, they had young girls counting the votes. I believe it was down in Norwalk where the votes are taken in. And they were counted into the voting system after the election was over. I don't know if you're aware of that, but you can confirm that with either one of those channels, 2, 4, or 5. Also, during the election, I'm in a council district. Well, anyway, that's highly irregular. The American Red Cross reported that there are 4 million people in Los Angeles during the daytime, but they had 2 million votes. So that's highly irregular. That's half of the people it says in Los Angeles voted. That is highly irregular.
Thank you very much. Armando Herman? You're speaking on multiple items. Is he here? No. You're speaking on item 1, item 15, 56, and 57,
Thank you, ma'am.
and your general public comment as well.
Thank you. You're so pleasant. You know, regarding these liens, they're very unexpected to a majority of people with these liens. Government Code 6264, Government Code 6264 for the record, how agencies refuse to allow inspections or copies, withholding records, and clearly outweighs the public's interest and cause harm. Mr. City Attorney, for the record, at 213-978-2204. In regards to this, under, again, Government Code 7052, Health and Safety. Yes, the City Attorney must acknowledge H9CJ31196D file number for the record. So, again, 5251 North Denny Avenue. There, Denny Avenue. $2,557.76
Please face the
causes
horseshoe.
people to be homeless. Why do people interrupt the speakers when we got the floor?
So you're off topic.
So Matthew H. Sherb. Item number 54.
Item 54 is not open for public comment, Mr. Herman.
I signed up on all items, Madam Chair.
Mr. Herman.
Can you please remind me, because of my disability causes me to forget,
You
Madam
signed
Chair?
up for them. It's items
Madam
1,
Chair.
15, 56, and 57. Please stick to those
So-
items, Mr. Herman.
So item 56, as you heard, regarding Silmar and the niggers from Granada Hills. A lot of niggers in Granada Hills nowadays off of Porter Ranch should know and acknowledge that as long as there's free speech on Section 8.27, niggers shouldn't interrupt the speakers. Then on item 15, regarding fucking nigger, that, again, the issue here regarding homeless and poverty committee reports. As you heard during all the sessions of homelessness and poverty, why do we got niggers still living on the street? Ninth Circuit Court ruled that it's offensive to say that niggers living on the streets should find another place to call home. And I'm talking to you, Assemblyman Santiago. Now, as far as my general public comment regarding number 19-55665 CV1700250 JLSE for the record, again, why does Matthew H. Sherb stop the retaliation and harassment against Mr. Wayne Spindler from Herb Wesson? Mr. Wesson Jr. needs to step back and stop creating this emotional distress against Mr. Wayne Spindler when you allow the city attorney to attack him and recuse himself from this constant targeting and retaliatory action against the speakers. This is free speech. And again, for the record, number 19-5565. We'll have a 50 cal in the head soon, nigger. Bagdaverson versus United States. Fuck you. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Mike Greenspan. Mike, you want to come on up? You're speaking on items 1, 56, and 57 in your general public comment.
Can I have 15 also? Okay.
Yes. You
All
didn't
right.
sign up
Mike
for it, but go
Greenspan,
ahead.
happy Hanukkah, you scab rabbis. It's a segue to Christmas. I'm talking to 15 Christmas Grinches. What do you mean? Well, item number 1, the liens. A family in Council District 2, a family in Council District 10, a family in Council District 15. Their households with their purses, wallets, and Bloomingdale's cards will be $9,000 lighter due to the Grinches that are stealing their Christmas. How shameful. Can't something be worked out around holiday time as well as the rest of the year? It just is, it's disgusting. Now, item 15, we talk about the homeless issue in New York and Chicago. I've been through Chicago in and out of the airport at O'Hare. And guess what? It's a great place for homeless people to camp out. I've seen it done. The airport's 24 hours. It's a big airport. You could hide as a homeless person very well and take the train right up there. Now, New York, the subway's open 24 hours. Oh, yes, for the $2.75 you pay for that fare, homeless people are sleeping there, whereas we close our stations, but not them. And one of the things about the homeless issue, in Gainesville, they made the news once. They gave the homeless people, the snowbirds that come to the Sun Belt, a one-way ticket back, and each case had a social worker. Yes, they didn't just give them a ticket and say, get out. They had a social worker follow up each case where they gave a ticket back. Hey, we have enough union goons in this city. Can't they do some work for the paycheck they receive? What, if it worked in Gainesville, can it work here? We're in the Sun Belt, too. We get a lot of homeless people. Just thought I'd give you that idea. Now, items, let me get it right. Is it 64 and 65? Then, oh, thank you. The fire. It's a tragic thing that happened, and it happened in L.A. Now, one of the things we get, and we always have to wait till October, is to lease the super scoopers. I've been a big advocate, and it's been a pet peeve of mine, that we don't just buy these super scoopers with the state of California. We don't need their crews to operate them. We have an Air Guard. Can't the Air Guard learn how to operate a super scooper? Is it that much more difficult with the standard aircraft we have in the California Air Guard? Just putting that out as an idea because, of course, as the late Harry Coleman told me, you never waste a good idea on the city of L.A., and boy, is he right. Now, one other thing, City of Los Angeles versus Armando Herman. I owe you for the interruptions. Get buck bobble.
So let's go to general public comment.
Yeah. I attended the Prop HHH Oversight Committee meeting in November, one of 5 oversight committees combining the city and county in their efforts to fight homelessness. A few months earlier, at one of the oversight committee meetings, I told Mr. Herman and Mr. Spindler that we needed about $3 billion more to build 8,000 housing units. Well, at the tail end of the November committee meeting, some broad proclaimed that, who's on the board, that we need another bond. I told you so. I told you so. I've never been a proponent of Prop HHH. I always said, no, 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 Mr. Wesson, not another tax. Taxes are to Herb Wesson what affairs are to Newt Gingrich. Neither's ever seen one they didn't like of their favorite categories. Now, another issue. At Thursday's Metro Board meeting, Sheila Kuehl, that ball-busting racist Zionist dyke threw her dildo at Eric Previn for the crime of being a normal white male. Sisterhood is powerful, you cunts.
Next speaker is Wayne Spindler. You're speaking on items 1, 15, 56, and 57 in your general public comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, the pig is returned. No, let's talk about the filthy nigger on number 1A. Dirty, filthy, cigarette-smoking, chain-smoking criminal with yellow teeth, Herman Jason Wesson Jr., persecuting people on a filthy fucking lien for $2,500. Sergeants, take Mr. Wesson out and give him another cigarette so he can die of cancer sooner, preferably before the March 3rd primary, so Miss Perry can become that new supervisor. Yes. Then we get to number B. B stands for Buscaino. It also stands for beach, which is a synonym for Buscaino in Italian. Look it up, Bubba Beach, Bubba Buscaino, and he's also known as a cunt, yes. $3,900, you thieving little Italian wop thief. Yes, please cancel the lien. And then we have 1C. Of course, the illustrious Paul Krikorian. I'll try my best. Yes, I try. You know, I don't make that sound that good. You need to cancel that lien too, you thief. And also, for the record, he's married to a fat pig. Now we get to number 15. Let's see here. Now we have homelessness. All the cities bring their little fucking goyim little homelessness, because there's not a homeless Jew in America. It's always these non-Jew goyim pieces of shit. For example, they have a Christmas tree and put gifts under it. Why, us Hebrews have 7 days of gifts. The dumb fucking Christians only have one, you stupid assholes. And that's why they're intense and homeless. See, because a good Jew, and by the way, John Lee actually is a Jew. His father is Greg Smith. He knows that you cannot be homeless if you're Jewish. That's right, see? Yes, we know all the secrets. And then the fire. Well, of course, the fire department set the fire because they need the work. The insurance companies need the work. It was all designed by Peppa Pig, Koretz. You set the fires, you goddamn arsonist Jew. Terrible man. He sets fires to make it look like it's the homeless. Always blame the fucking goyim, yes, but please do not set fires. And now, the illustrious public comment. Yes, yes, a double buzzer for you faggots. One for you and one for you. Now Nuri has ascended to the throne. Your Majesty, yes. All because Mitchell Englander, the filthy third kike of the wheel, he resigned when he could have been the new council president because of a certain stolen thumb drive on a FBI raid. The joke's on you, Englander, you cunt. Look at the Fable. Fable, look at the mystery on his face. All of this is by design, Mr. Fable. Your fake TRO, these fucking appeals at the Ninth Circuit, all of these things with Mr. Spindler, you have been set up by your own fucking stupidity. So congratulations, we put Nuri on the throne. Long live the Queen. And then when she goes to jail, Mr. Koretz will be the new president. Thank you so much, you cunts. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Yvonne Michelle Autry. You want to come on up? Go ahead, and you're going to speak on items 1, 56, and 57, and your general public comment. Oh, and item 15 as well.
And what, 15?
Yeah, 1, 15, 56, 57, and your general public comment.
Okay, right. Firstly, regarding this annual budget, I'd like to encourage you not to invest in the modern technology, specifically arming the drones.
So that's actually not items 1.
No, it's public comment. It's public comment.
No, we're starting with the items, Ms.
Okay, so first number 1, and then, hold on. I have to speak in order?
No, take the items in the order you want.
1, 56, 57, 15. Okay, so regarding the homeless, you know, you've reported an average of 3 homeless people dying per day. Well, it's in excess of that, and you know this is a genocide. Especially black people who you have targeted for genocide, using the organs, using us as sex slaves. And I'm not the sex goddess. And your experimentation, mind control, mass manipulation. So we need right now, I call for eminent domain right now, right? You don't even have to redevelop or create condominiums. You can, use these abandoned buildings, right? And you can house in excess of the majority, if not the totality, of all of the homeless. So it lets me know that not only is this engineered, it's by design, because if you wanted to, you could house the homeless people. So I call for eminent domain, and I want that on the record. I work with Los Angeles Community Action Network, USEP, United East Coalition Prevention Project. We work directly with housing the homeless. So I call for eminent domain, and I support that young man that spoke on the construction, encouraging you to create tiny homes, not banishment, as Superior Court now is trying to deem that they have no right to live on the street. I would be homeless as a black woman, right, if it wasn't for people that cared for me because of false lies, incriminating facial recognition, predictive policing, the suspicious activity reports, which are all false to justify assaults. I was assaulted and I was arrested and incriminated, okay? Much like Sandra Bland, Waukesha Wilson.
So I think we've moved off the items. And you can get
Well,
back
I'm
on.
speaking still on the incrimination of homelessness and people that are suffering poverty. Because again, eminent domain is within your power and authority. So I'm demanding that right now. I'm also now addressing, I'm going into public comment right now. Again,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, I'm speaking.
Your 1 minute of general public comment.
Right. Okay, thank you. So that was for the homeless. We're having a memorial tomorrow because many of my friends have been murdered with the germ warfare, biological warfare, hot heroin that's being deliberately given to the homeless people, electronic weaponry that's being used, sprays, shots to eliminate and exterminate the black people that are homeless. The majority are black people. Again, this is a genocide that has been going on for many years. Crack, homelessness, okay? So this has got to stop. So again, there's no reason why you cannot opt for the eminent domain. And if not, then instead of, in this regentrification process, create and maintain accessible housing for the homeless, veterans still, abandoned women. For this year's budget, more money should be allocated for those in need instead of maintaining martial law in this police state. All the money is going to the police department and incriminating us. That's ridiculous.
Thank you, Ms. Autry.
Yeah, I'm not living under martial law.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lynn Moses. Mr. Moses, you're speaking on item 1, 56, and 57 in your general public comment.
Thank you. Item number 1, as I've come before you before, I'm against these liens. First, you have CD10 lien for, I believe that's Wesson, of course, $2,585.12. People are losing their homes off of some of these liens. There has to be a better way. These liens can be adjudicated. These liens can be settled. A lot of these are just plain unnecessary. Instead of putting money into evicting these people, I would suggest even using some of the HHH, the homeless money. You're ripping off the city. You're ripping off the people. You don't really want to end homelessness. You're spending $600,000 per unit, as I keep saying. Maybe the public isn't getting it. $600,000 per unit, not a building, per unit. Our community has, the black community has no representation under these liens for nobody to help these people take these liens off of their properties. In sleazy Marquise Dawson's district, they're pervasive. Taxation without representation is tyranny, and that's what this is. I can go to public comment now.
Go ahead and give him his 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. First, Sergeant, this is another example of zero representation from sleazy Marquise Dawson. Police brutality against some grade school children. on November 11th, November 16th rather. We have a crisis in our community when a so-called elective representative, Sleazy Marquise Dawson, in the depth of homelessness, this homeless crisis, he tries to get a building for himself, the EDD building on 5401 Crenshaw Boulevard, for himself. Again, here are the documents. This is criminal activity. An eviction of the FIBA Center, which you know I'm here to support, the FIBA Center against Dawson's eviction.
Thank you,
We
sir.
will never go away.
Thank you, Mr. Moses. Next speaker is, I'm going to go ahead, before I call the next speaker, Madam Clerk, we can go ahead and vote on item 1.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bonnie. Let me recognize Mr. Bonnie. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Colleagues, since it's looking pretty clear that we will not be done at 1 when T Committee is supposed to start, I'm just going to announce now that T Committee will be starting 30 minutes after the conclusion of this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner. Madam Clerk, can you go ahead and announce what we're doing on, Mr. Krikorian, I'm sorry, before we do that. Go ahead. Announce what we're doing on item 1.
Yes, Madam President. Item 1C, there's a request to continue that item to January 28, 2020.
Okay, without objection, that will be the order. Is there anything else?
Item 1A, the department requests to confirm the lien, and 1B to receive and file the lien in as much as the fees were paid.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that item. Let's open the roll, close the row, and tabulate the votes.
15 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Krikorian, do you wish to speak?
I'm sorry, this is which number?
We were on item 1. We just voted on item 1.
No, the clerk already described
got
what
it.
I had wanted to do.
All right, thank you. And call the next speaker, Rob. Juan, are you here? You signed up to speak on items 56 and 57 in your general public comment.
Thank you. This relates to a state of emergency in response to a fire, and I think it's always worth noting that when the Aliso Canyon blew out, our governor waited 3 months to declare a state of emergency, which is just ridiculous considering if that were a fire, if that were an earthquake, we would have had an immediate state of emergency here. I think it's worth noting, the creation of Porter Ranch, why it's butted up next to a gas facility. When it was being proposed in the council in the 80s, there were actually no references in the environmental impact reports on the presence of a gas facility. Hal Bernson led the way in this project, said it was never brought up. Even though in 1974 there was actually a fire at the Aliso Canyon facility, just like we saw a few months ago. City Planning Commissioner actually spoke up on the issue and said, the wells would be included if the housing project has an impact on them, but not the other way around. So when we look at the environmental impact, we look at the impact of the houses on the surrounding community and not the surrounding community, the threat of fire, gas wells, and their threat to the residents. I think it's also worth noting in 1989 there was an extensive article on developer contributions in Porter Ranch development. 410,000 contributions to City of LA officials over a short period of time. In 2019 dollars, that's actually $850,000. I'm really concerned about our ability to combat the intersectionality of the threats we face, whether it be fire, housing, homelessness. Fundamentally, this council is dysfunctional. We don't talk about issues thoroughly. We don't move quickly. We don't move fast enough and do enough. You look at street vending, cannabis, Airbnb, a number of issues in this city.
General public comment?
A number of issues in this city, and it takes us years to do stuff, and immediately afterwards we get a bunch of motions trying to amend it. Last week we had an indictment. It didn't come from a 3-letter agency, but 3 words, capture that indictment of this council, this culture of corruption in our council president. Delay, deflect, and dilute. It's really disappointing. I genuinely found Council President Wesson to be the most friendly and affable person in anywhere in city government, but that's not enough. Genuinely thought he was a good public servant who cared about this institution and saw the threat that a looming FBI investigation brought. But clearly, that's not the focus. The focus is on self, the focus is on future, focus is on donors. I welcome the end of this shameful Machiavellian exercise and look forward to January. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and vote on items 56 and 57. Let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Madam Clerk, I believe there's been an amendment that was circulated for item 37.
Yes, Madam
Okay,
President.
let's go ahead and vote on that item as well as amended. Let's open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, item 38, Mr. Lee, do you call that special? Item 38, will you wish to speak on that item?
Thank you, Madam President. In October, I brought forth this motion because our city deserves to have a complete picture of what the gas company has been doing in the aftermath of the methane blowout at its Aliso Canyon underground storage facility. We're now a little over 4 years out from the event, but the residents of Porter Ranch are still in a heightened state of alert. The fear of leaking gas is constantly in the backs of their minds, especially if they smell something funny, feel dizzy or nauseous, or experience some other symptom that is associated with exposure to high levels of methane. We are now entering a different stage. We know the CPUC's initial investigation into the root cause of the blowout is complete, but there are other state investigations to assess the risk, safety, and future of the facility that are still in progress. It is incumbent upon us to hold the gas company accountable to their commitments by following up on the status of these reports, safety reviews, ongoing mitigation, and monitoring activities required by the agencies that have regulatory oversight. As a legislative body of the city, we have a responsibility to ensure the public health, safety, and welfare of our residents. One way we can do this is by maintaining scrutiny on the gas company, not only for what has happened, but for what else comes next. Colleagues, this is why I'm introducing a resolution calling on the governor to take the necessary steps to initiate a permanent closure plan of the Aliso Canyon underground storage facility. This resolution is about ensuring that we can make progress on the promised permanent closure of this facility. We've heard our state leaders and regulatory agencies all call for the closure of Aliso, but today, 4 years later, we are no closer to achieving it. We've heard the gas company say that the gas stored at Aliso fuels power plants to help meet peak energy demands during the summer months, and yet we still haven't heard a plan for replacing the loss in electricity generation if Aliso is closed. Our city deserves an answer on Aliso and clear pathway to the closure that doesn't jeopardize the supply of reliable, affordable energy to the region. Without a plan, the closure of Aliso is just a nice idea and not a goal to be realized. This resolution that I'm introducing today is about holding the state leadership accountable. It's about making sure that our city is heard in Sacramento, and I hope you will join me in supporting this resolution and urging Governor Newsom and the CPUC to make good on their promises to us. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Bonnet?
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Lee, I wanted to rise and support you both in the specific action and in your call for the closure of Aliso Canyon. I echo and embrace that, and I hope that we will have the opportunity to see that happen quickly in your district and also at the SoCalGas facility in my district, which is mentioned in one of the other motions that we have regarding gas operations today. It is time to shut these things down. They are dangerous. They are hazardous. The one in my district has actually been described by the California Science and Technology Council as riskier than most other storage facilities in the state because of its proximity to a population center and LAX. If we were to shut down the same area that you had to evacuate, we'd have to close down LAX, which is absolutely ridiculous. They are going to come back at you, and they're going to come back at me, and they're going to say, oh, this will be a problem for providing reliable electricity in Los Angeles. Well, take a look at what the hell is happening in this country and in this world right now. We are at risk of losing an electrical grid if we continue relying on fossil fuel. 2 days ago, the U.S. Army published a report saying that the U.S. military itself could fail and essential functions of the U.S. government and society could fail. Our electrical grid could be shutting down because we just have an old system, and the climate catastrophe is making it worse and is making the current system we have antiquated. So we're facing a stark future, and the only way we can avoid it is to get the hell off fossil fuels now. So let's get your facility closed, then let's get my facility closed. Let's do this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonham. We'll go ahead and prepare and vote on this item. Item 38, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
15 ayes.
Mr. Krikorian, do you wish to speak on item 54?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move that we amend the Budget and Finance Committee report relative to outside counsel expenses related to the city's ongoing interactions with the FAA, Council File 191493, and item 54 on today's agenda, to amend recommendation number 1 and add recommendation number 3 to read as follows. On recommendation number 1, instruct the controller to transfer $200,000 from the unappropriated balance outside counsel, including workers' compensation line item, fund number 100/58, account number 580197, to the city attorney outside counsel account, fund 100, department 12, account 009301. And then add recommendation number 3, which is to authorize the city administrative officer to make any technical corrections necessary to effectuate the intent of this motion. And with those amendments, I'd ask for your aye vote on this item.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mr. O'Farrell seconds that verbal amendment. Let's go ahead and prepare to vote as amended. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
15 ayes.
Mr. Previn, you're disrupting the meeting. Please sit down and
Mr.
be
Previn,
quiet.
please sit down.
Mr. Previn, you're disrupting the meeting. You've been ordered to sit down.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item 15. There's been a motion, and there's been an amendment circulated. Is that correct, Ms.?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on item 15 as amended. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
15 ayes.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Mr. Previn, you continue to interrupt this meeting. I'm going to ask you to leave. Let's go ahead and take up general public comment. Boba, is there anybody here with those initials? No one here. How about Brianna Gonzalez? Do you want to come on up? You have your 1 minute of general public comment.
Good afternoon, Madam President. That is my real identity name. I'm just letting you guys know that I have been in LA for more than about a year now, and I have been redeemed perfect, working with the United States government. And it's underneath my email that is an inspection of Stockholm, Sweden, how I've been aligned governmentally, internationally, by being at San Jose military base. And I want you guys to know verbatimly that I'm letting you guys know how the city council and how this state is being run as a representative of my government, being issued to whoever you guys is aligned to whatever needs and concerns. You guys are targeting the wrong people. Furthermore, by me coming to America on a military base, I am aligned with my private plane and et cetera, other things that's being regulated that you guys need as much as I need. And I need better accommodations for myself instead of a pretend dream. Thank you.
Much. Next speaker is Dan Cagle. Dan Cagle doesn't appear to be here. Jabari Jermaine. Jabari. Nicole Arbustos. And Tanya Edwards.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 1 minute of general public comment.
On Channel 5 the other day, I heard that Marquise was saying that we were very excited about Destination Crenshaw. We are devastated about Destination Crenshaw. We are very excited to get somebody in these seats. And in order to change the games, we got to change the seats. You guys been sitting in these seats too long, and it's time for you guys to go somewhere else and get behind us now, because we need our community back. Not only that, we need somebody who wants us to remain in our community and keep us relevant, and not build monuments and memorabilia and saying that we were there, but rather we're still growing there. And Marquise has not done that. Neither has Mark Ridley Thomas. Neither has Wesson. We have to change these seats. Marquise, you didn't even grow up in our neighborhoods. You grew up in Pasadena, and you was fortunate to go to Morehouse. We want some of our kids to do what you did. And with the rate you're going, this is not going to happen.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes general public comment for this meeting. So we're going to go ahead and close general public comment at this time. Okay, Madam Clerk, what's before us?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred.
And that clears the desk.
Thank you. Members, do you have any general announcements? Ms. Rodriguez, there's a lot of stuff going on in CD7, Winter Wonderland on Saturday. Would you like the floor, ma'am?
Yes, colleagues, we'd like to invite you to the Pacoima Christmas Parade. I believe I have some other colleagues that might be joining us at the Pacoima Christmas Parade on horse. You know, we're looking forward to this annual tradition. It's the 52nd annual Pacoima Christmas Parade on Van Nuys Boulevard, so we want to invite everybody to come participate in that. We also have the Sunland Park tree lighting with a winter wonderland, you know, snow for the kids to play in. So lots of good times in CD7. We invite you all to participate.
Mr. Lee?
Make an announcement that the ITGS committee is going to start 30 minutes after the end of council.
Very well. Okay, same as T committee. Mr. Harris Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On Saturday at 3 o'clock at the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Mall, we'll have Winter Wonderland in South Los Angeles. There'll be snow and the Hip Hop Santa and Marsha Ambrosia's and 6-7, a whole bunch of other performers will be performing for us for free. And we'll give away toys as well to young people who need them this coming Saturday at 3 o'clock at the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Mall.
If I can, Sean Murphy. Sean just told me earlier he's going to be performing in his church choir, and it's the annual Christmas celebration. Correct, Sean? What's the name of your church? 7:30 this Saturday. What's the name of your church? Remind. North Hollywood. Okay, so look it up. St. Charles. Thank you, Paul. St. Charles Barbeo in North Hollywood. Sorry.
Any more announcements? No more announcements? So, members, I'd like to take this moment as the last moment that I will address you as the quarterback of this team. When I was first elected 8 years ago, I stood where Mr. Price is seated now. And I indicated to all that were here that this presidency, that my presidency was not about me, that it was about we that it was about us. And I indicated that it was time for us as a council to work together, recognizing that we could do more together and that it was time for us to sit at the grown-ups table and take our rightful place and become an equal partner in the running of this city. And I'm so proud of each and every one of you because that's exactly what we did. And we have become the most progressive city that Los Angeles, the most progressive city council that Los Angeles has ever seen, and one of the most progressive councils in this nation. I urge you to continue to seek radical change, because it's going to take radical change to correct the wrongs that history, that governments have done to individuals in this country, in particular people of color and people who were poor and individuals that were women. I indicated that the winds in this country blow from the west to the east, and that every city in this nation looks to us for leadership. I indicated that we were the beacon of light, beacon of hope, and with that comes an awesome responsibility to lead. And I am so proud because we have done that. We are a big city. We do big stuff. That's who we are, and that's how we roll. We must continue to lead the debate on health care for all, because it is a human right, not a fringe benefit. We must continue the debate about creating setbacks to protect our people from urban oil drilling. Your zip code should not dictate the length of your lifespan. We must continue this conversation on race, because it is important that one day either our children or grandchildren can live in a world where people are judged not based on the color of their skin, but based on their deeds and their actions. And we must creatively use all of our influence, all of our power, all of our ability to take people off the street and to place them into safe housing that provides them with the type of addiction and mental health treatment that they deserve. This is the body that can do that. I am so proud that we transition from one historic presidency, the first black man, I'm not saying African American, the first black man to ever be elected president of this Los Angeles City Council, and we transition into the first Latina ever elected to be president of this city council. From the son of a factory worker and a secretary to the daughter of immigrants, the daughter of a dishwasher. We have been through a lot together. We have been to funerals together. We have had the births of new babies, and we've seen relationships blossom. And what I want to do is just give a huge thank you to all of the people that make this possible. So to every city employee who has ever worked for the great city of Los Angeles, I thank you for your service. To the city attorney's office, to the city clerk's office, to Holly, to the CLA's office, to Sharon, the clerk, the CAO's office, the mayor's staff, our council staff. I want each and every one of you to know that you, not us, you are the glue that keeps this city together. You are the power behind these 15 seats. This council recognized early on, as did Mayor Eric Garcetti, that the best councils and most productive councils are the ones that have a great relationship with the mayor's office. And the mayor's office recognized that the best mayors have the best relationship with the city council. So we all put any differences aside and came together as one unit and one team. And I do believe, members, that history is going to be kind to us because of the creative, innovative things that we have done. And I'm just so proud that we have had a smooth transition from Mayor Garcetti to myself. Well, he was president to president, and now the new president, and that whatever we have needed, the mayor's office has engaged with us and has attempted to help us. And to the mayor and his staff, I will always be grateful for you. Now, maybe the Rams did not win the Super Bowl last year, but this council wins the Super Bowl every year that we have been together. To the members of this council, thank you. In fact, I'm looking around and I'm going to say Mr. Koretz and Mr. Price and maybe Mr. Krikorian. Remember Bob Hope. And he would always say thanks for the memories. So I want to thank each and every one of you for the memories, because that's probably the most important thing that a human being collects in their life. I'll never forget, nobody knows this because I was the only one there, the look on Mr. Krikorian's face when I said, hey, guess what? You got to run the budget. Huh? I will never forget the look on his face. And when me and Mr. Weezer came in here together as the new kids on the block, all of the roasts that we were involved in, the close relationship and the love that I have for each and every one of you and Mr. Gilbert Cedillo, that we were able to have fun and have good times. Ms. Martinez, as a council president, the most important thing to me was to have members that I could count on. Members that would have my back. I pledge to you that for these next 10 months, that you'll be able to count on me, that I will have your back, and that I will be a good member, and I will not drive you crazy. Not mentioning any names. But one of my fondest memories, which some of you might remember, and it's funny sometimes, though, out of tragedy, there's humor. So I cannot remember what the incident was, but Mr. Krikorian, we had some of the Armenian priests here with their garb, and Mr. Krikorian knows that out of all the clergy in the world, when I see those guys, if they ask me to do anything, I'm going to do it. But we had representatives from clergy from all over, and we had a vigil outside about 7:30 at night. It was dark, and the wind kicked up. And we were all holding candles. And I looked down, in fact, and the candles had the little paper thing so that it protects you from the hot wax that's falling on your hand. And I looked down, and of course, there's Paul Koretz. His entire right hand was on fire. And I said, Paul, what the F, your hand is on? And Paul throws the thing down, stomps on it, and all of the priests, all of the pastors turn around, and we're like, do. Thank you all for the memories. The joy in Mike Bonin's face the day that he brought little Caleb home. And if you guys haven't had an opportunity to engage with Mike and his son, it is loving, but it is hilarious. And again, I will always be here if anybody wants some advice, if anybody needs some support. But I just wanted to let each and every one of you know that this has been the greatest time of my life, good times and bad, easy times and tough times. And this memory, the memories that I'm thanking each and every one of you for, will be memories that I will take to my grave. I am a much better person because of my association with each and every one of you. Lastly, I want to take a moment to thank the members of my staff. I will never forget years ago Wendy Gruhl coming to my district office and amazed that my staff works on Saturdays, that my staff works on Sundays. My clerical staff does not leave at 5 or 6 o'clock. They are the wind beneath my wings. They are the ones that keep me calm. And you guys think that, oh, Herb is not always like that. But they're the ones that keep me calm. And I appreciate all of the hard work, the loyalty, the commitment, and the way that you treat the constituents, because they are our bosses and the customers are always right, regardless of what they want. Like a guy who had mental issues, who believed that freeway traffic created earthquakes. And he came in and demanded that we help him. And he felt that the only way we could stop earthquakes was to have flashing lights on the freeway. Now, a lot of staffs would have just discounted somebody like that. But you know what my staff did? They pitched in and bought 14 disposable cameras so he could go and stand on the overpass of the freeway, and he was happy as a clam. I want to thank you for being creative and going above and beyond. And my wife was here earlier today, Fabian. I thank her for her love. I thank her for her support during this very difficult time, because, Nuri, it's a lot of work. David Rue is going to call you every day at 11:30 and say, is it too late? And I want to say, yeah, it's too late. But I didn't say that. Joe Buscaino is going to call you to give you what he believes is a great idea to get your advice, but he's already done it anyway. And I don't want to even describe the kind of phone calls you're going to get from Paul Koretz. And last thing, though. To work and watch the growth of my son, my youngest son, Justin, to watch him manage this council and to do 100 things at a time fills a father with such pride that you cannot describe. I love you, and I am so freaking proud of you. Would you give my son Justin a round? And I want to thank you and Alexis for my reason for living, my joy. Lincoln Alexander, or like I call him, Lincoln Alejandro Wesson. God bless you, members. Thank you for the memories. Thank you. Thank you all. Miss Martinez, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We wanted to take just a couple of minutes to talk a little bit about, I'm sorry, I think we're having a disruption in the back. We're going to have our sergeants help us with.
Okay, Miss Autry, let us finish this up. You can come back next year. We expect you, and you're welcome next year. So thank you, but don't disrupt the end of the meeting. Sergeants, show Miss Autry out. I'm sorry to do that. Show her out. Just show her out. Thank you. Thank you, but you are disrupting the meeting. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Miss Autry. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Madam President-elect, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wesson. Colleagues, fortunately, Herb Wesson is not leaving our council chambers. We still have him as a member. But I want to also take the opportunity to thank your staff, Duran and Justin and Andrew and Ed and your entire team at City 10. Thank you for all the work that you do and your hard work for keeping us all sane in this council chambers. I want all of us to give Council District 10 a huge round of applause. Thank you very much for your hard work. And Herb, I want to thank you for being my friend, my colleague, and my mentor. Thank you for allowing me to serve on your leadership team, whether it be Assistant Pro Tem or President Pro Tem of the City Council. As the first African-American City Council President of these chambers, I want to thank you for nominating this girl from Pacoima, a daughter of a dishwasher, as the first Latina President-elect to the LA City Council. Thank you, sir. But I'm also really proud about the work that we did together. I am proud about the fight that we went on together a couple of years ago when we decided to bring forward a motion to make $15 an hour the dignity of people who work really hard every day. And we talked about this being personal for us and what it meant for our families and our residents who work really hard. And we talked about the honorable work deserves honorable pay. And we launched and we went on this mission to make sure that the city council and the rest of our city recognize the reason why we're here and the importance of being able to raise the minimum wage. And that would not have been able to do without you and your leadership. To expanding services to women who find themselves being trafficked, usually by men, whether it be in the Valley or South LA or any part in our city. Thank you, sir, for standing up for girls and standing up for little girls that might look like us and recognizing that some of these horrible people need to get put away. And you worked along me to make sure that we expanded services to your district and through other parts of South Los Angeles. So thank you for standing up for little girls and standing up for human trafficking victims. Whether you were in the Valley handing out computers to my residents, or we were working alongside each other to make sure that we protected, people who were being put out of their homes. You did that alongside me, and for that, I want to thank you. But I also want to talk about the special man that you are. To me, you're a man of action, a man of his word, a man of character, and someone who's a problem solver. When I think about your presidency, I think about the many times where either policy or votes went the right way, but you never, ever, ever took credit yourself, and you made sure each and every one of us shined in that light. You made sure each and every one of us was given credit for the work that a lot of times you were able to handle and take care of. And even through the tough times, even when you did not know where the votes were going to land, or when we were being criticized by the outside world, you never, ever allowed any one of us to take the fault. And a lot of times you took the blame without even necessarily deserving the blame. So for that, I want to thank you. Colleagues, we hung tough because of this man. We made sure that we stuck together, and you made sure we did not lose sight of what was important, which was representing the Angelenos that we were elected to represent. Our constituency is every single one of the people that live in Los Angeles. So thank you, sir, for your leadership. Thank you for serving us well. Thank you for allowing people to believe that there's hope, that hope is still alive in Los Angeles, for representing communities like mine and so many of us with an opportunity and the sense of dignity that we belong here. For every single Angeleno that comes to this city thinking they can make things happen for themselves, you have allowed us to pass policy that does that, just that. So I want to be able to thank you publicly. I know some of my colleagues have their own words for you today, but I want to thank you for the opportunities you have allowed me as being the only woman here on the city council 6 years ago. You opened doors for me. You helped me do things that I thought were impossible to do. So for that, my friend, I want to thank you for your legacy and your friendship. Mr. Buscaino?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's hear it from Nuri for your kind words. Words from your heart. Herb, I want to thank you. I'm going to soon share with you some Herbisms, one-liners. But the one that stuck out the most from a number of our colleagues here is a line that you just used. It's not about me, it's we. And what you have done in the course of your presidency, you have empowered us as colleagues to do the work that we've been elected to do. You had faith, trust in each and every one of us through those committee assignments, and you allowed us to lead on critical issues. And on a personal note, I want to thank you for allowing me to serve under your leadership as Assistant Pro Tem. And thank you, coming from the streets of LAPD, empowering me in my first key committee assignment as Chair of Public Works. I'll never forget that. Thank you for taking me under your wings and guiding me along the bureaucracy here in this building and pulling me aside and pushing me, and at the same time sharing with me the importance of being patient and that this is a journey, a marathon, not a sprint. And with that, I've asked members to share with us and bring some light and some fun into your last day as president, to share, our favorite one-liners of Herb Wesson. So let me do just that, then we'll turn it over to colleagues. Here's a few. Watch your time. Let's land this plane. Without objection. Colleagues, the winds from this country blow from the west to the east, as you just heard. One of my favorites is "We do big things." This came from Mike Bonin. Whenever he's trying to Herb's trying to talk Mike Bonin out of doing something he doesn't want, he says, "I'm just looking out for you."
That's true.
It's one of my. Another from Mike. "Michael, do you really want to do that? Do you?" This is a good one. "Well, that's just Gilbert."
That's just Gilbert.
How about this one? We all come to Herb and with an idea or an initiative. "Talk to Andrew. Talk to Andrew." Or, "We're going to have a discussion." Or one of my favorites, "Steve," when you just forgot who I was. Oh. Or how about this one? "I'll ask the mayor." And when he has an important item on the agenda, as we experienced yesterday, we're ready to vote on this today. That's for committee. Of course, we've heard this one before. "I need a drag." I'm not going to mention who this came from. Jan who? Oh. Or how about this one? "Where's Juss? Sergeants, please escort them out. Tell David Z we're working on it and we'll get back to him again." No, I hadn't seen his motion yet, but what the hell is Koretz trying to save now? This is a good one. "So that I can sleep in my bed tonight, let me introduce my wife, Fabian." And that was, that's the last of them. Oh, actually, hold on. Bob Blumenfield said, "Lunch didn't agree with me. It's time to take the Browns to the Super Bowl." Oh. So, Herb, we know you'll be around. We'll continue to turn to you for guidance and direction in the coming months. And we love you and thank you for empowering all of us and leading this team as our quarterback and allowing me to be your linebacker. We love you. God bless you. Ms. Martinez?
Okay. I believe we have members on the queue, so you want to go ahead and call on the members.
I think Mr. Krikorian may be getting back at me.
Joe, what was the first Herbism on that list?
It was "watch your time."
Yeah, no.
Oh, sorry.
No, don't even
today.
try. Don't even try. Herb, Mr. President, I don't know how you begin to even sum up a career and a legacy like yours and a relationship like the one that we have had for the last decade plus, but a decade in these seats. I really usually am not at a loss for words, but I kind of am. When I came into this chamber, you were an invaluable mentor. One of the most important lessons you taught me is most of the time you should keep your mouth shut, and I tried to do that as long as I could. But then we had that moment that you just described earlier, where you thrust upon me the role as your budget and finance chair. And as you'll recall, I resisted greatly that honor, but since it was before us, what we were able to do together in pulling this city from the precipice of bankruptcy was, it was really a great honor for me to be able to fight that fight shoulder to shoulder with you for the years that we had to go through the wilderness in getting out of that mess, and to fight shoulder to shoulder with you in so many other battles since. It was, I'll never forget that trust that you showed in me. I'll always be grateful for it, and I always will remember fondly all that we did in those times and in the better times that would follow. But as Ms. Martinez and Mr. Buscaino both made reference to, and you did as well. On the day that we voted to make you our president, I still remember the speech that you gave about not being about me, but being about we. And a lot of us might use phrases like that, or a lot of us might say, well, it's the team, and it's, you know, that sort of thing. But it's easy to say. It's a lot harder to do. And in the 8 years since that day, I can't think of a time when you haven't been generous in giving everyone else praise, whether we deserved it or not, and also generous in taking the arrows, including the ones you didn't deserve, in order to shield the rest of us and others in city government. You've always done this with incredible grace, incredible good humor, including, you know, the most vicious and despicable personal attacks on you that you've always taken with the kind of patience that I could never dream of having. And you've done that, and by doing that, I think you've been a face of this council that people can respect and admire, and especially considering the journey that you took to get here. When anybody in the city thinks about the route that you took from being a young man, son of a factory worker, running the streets in Cleveland, doing the things that you did that you never quite fully talk about here, but we can kind of guess, and to go from that beginning to being here in this position of extraordinary leadership of the second largest city in Los Angeles, to have been the Speaker of the State Assembly, the second most powerful person in the state of California. To have done all of that from that beginning, I think will always be, not just now, but will always be a source of inspiration for countless people in this city who will look at your record and say, if he could do that, if he could start where he started and end up where he ended up, maybe I can too. In the history of this city, in the history of this building, I should say, in the history of this building, you are the third longest serving council president in our modern history, since before this building was built. And that's a testament not just to your ability to gain the support of all of us, but it's a testament to what you've been able to do in molding the city that we all enjoy now. Every one of us, as we go around this horseshoe, every one of us has a long list of things that we like to brag about, things that we've accomplished for our district, important policies, and I'm sure many will talk about that, important policy things that we've achieved, the minimum wage increase, so many other things that each one of us is individually particularly proud of. From that perspective that you have up there, you can look at each one of us and say, I did that as well. You take all of our lists of accomplishments, multiply that times 14, add in the members that came in here before us, and you are personally responsible for each and every one of those things that we've accomplished. It could not have been accomplished without your support and without your leadership and without all that you've done to assist us in being a more effective body and to get those big things that you promised Los Angeles, to get those big things done, but to also get countless little things done that have made a real lasting difference in this city's history and in the lives of the people who live here. So I know you're not leaving, but this is a bittersweet moment for all of us to have you step down from that dais. I know you're going to continue to have a lasting impact on this city and on Southern California. I look forward to serving with you on the Metro Board. But whatever it is that we do together, I know that you're going to have a lasting impact on this city as you already have. So thank you, Herb, and congratulations on an incredible legacy which will last long after the rest of us leave here.
Thank you. I tell you, Krikorian almost made me cry on that one. Mr. Gilbert.
Mind my time. So it's only been 3 decades. 3 decades of collaboration and 3 decades of tragedy and triumph. 3 decades of disagreement. And I think it's a great measure of our love for each other, my love for you, my respect for you, that it's been 3 decades of disagreement, but an incredible amount of agreement. 3 decades of agreements. We began when you wanted to be the chief of staff of Yvonne Burke. You came into my office on a Saturday morning. And of course, you had a plan to bring all of us together and said, look, do a dual endorsement. And we all win. And I said, I agree with you. And I'd like to do a dual endorsement, but my board is crazy. And so they won't let me do that. You can go ask them. I'll try to. I'll persuade it. I'll suggest it. But, that was Local 660. I mean, how crazy were they? They fired me. So we began at SEIU, and you were the chief of staff. And you won the election, and then we had to go back to see you. And, Herb his timing is always perfect. So we go with Henry Walton and Dan Savage, and Herb had saved and framed the mailers that we were sending out that were oppositional to Supervisor Burke. And, he put them out there, and he tested us, and they were signed. And then at some point, he just let it, as he does with me all the time, he lets me get right to that point where I'm ready to get really upset with him. And then he says, well, never mind, just forget it. Let's go forward now. And so we began with that collaboration, and there was great things we did in that collaboration with the County Board of Supervisors. And most particular was the efforts in 1995 to save the LA County healthcare system. We were set to go into bankruptcy. LA County, Orange County had gone into bankruptcy. It was a different time. We had gone through the earthquake, we had gone through the social unrest, and now the county was on the verge of bankruptcy. And they really needed a collaborative effort and needed leadership. And Yvonne Burke is a great champion, but I also know that Yvonne Burke's, one of her greatest assets was her chief of staff, who was strategic, who was thoughtful, who was willing to do all the things and make all the trips and make all the efforts to make sure that we saved the LA County health system. And we did that. Every healthcare center was saved. 17,000 jobs were saved. I mean, that's extraordinary. Your commitment to working men and women in this region is unparalleled. And I can't be more excited than to see you go back to the county, because it's going to be great. Your leadership is so needed there, and it's going to be great for the county. Then, of course, we went to the legislature and started the next chapter. And the legislature was a great time for us. It was very exciting, all of us. And because of term limits, all of us will serve in different seats of governance because we're committed to public service and we're committed to governance. So all of us will have an opportunity to sit in a different chair in a different governing body. And so we were up there, and it was a time of change. More people of color than ever, more progressives. We got control of the legislature. It had been taken over during that difficult, rare moment where the Republicans had come in, the conservatives had come in. And so it was very exciting. We were able to do a lot. Indian gaming was a big deal. Very controversial. We were able to make sure that all those casinos and all the people who worked there were union workers for HERE. That was really big. We brought the first major boxing event back to Los Angeles. We hadn't had boxing here. And yet we brought Oscar De La Hoya and Sugar Shane Mosley and brought boxing back to Los Angeles. And of course, I can't thank you enough for your efforts in making sure that we could move the driver's license legislation. And it was the 1.0. It was the first time we were able to to get it to the governor's desk. But as I said, it's been 3 decades of collaboration, 3 decades of disagreements, but many more agreements. But it's also been 3 decades of working our way through tragedies and triumphs. And I will never forget, and no man will ever forget, when he's told his wife is not going to make it. And I remember that, and I remember walking at the hospital, and I remember calling you and telling you I'm not coming back. And you said, don't go crazy. Do what you got to do. I got your back. So I'll never forget you for that. And so while we've had many disagreements, I'll always have your back. I'm almost done. There were, and so that was an amazing period. And so literally, I left the legislature, did what I had to do, and no one would call me. And everybody was instructed, do not call Gilbert. Except we had something called AB 32, or the origins of that. A pretty big piece of legislation that's kind of known around the world. There was a vote I had committed to Fran Pavley, and we had to figure out, no one was going to call me. I was home taking care of my wife. Nobody was going to dare even think about picking up the phone. And they needed a vote. And Juan Vargas, Congressman Juan Vargas, a man who worked for the oil industry, was willing to cast the vote on my behalf, even though he disagreed with the legislation. But somebody had to call. So they all went to your office, and they sat around there figuring out who would call. I think you had Fran do it. And they called, and it was a short phone call. It only took a second. It drove me crazy that anybody even would have the audacity to call. But they simply asked, were you committed to this bill, and would you be willing to let Juan take the vote? I say that not for that, but to say that your capacity to get people to do things that they don't even want to do, I think is a great talent, except when you apply it to me. And so it was a great time in the legislature. Coming home, though, has been really great for me. I think it's been the best of our time. And it gives us more time together. It makes this job, even though we have to deal with so much from the public, the intimacy, the familiarity, the proximity of being in local government is challenging, but it gives us more time to collaborate. And we've done some great things. You have laid them out. I don't have to repeat them. But I also want to thank you, besides for raising the minimum wage, is this understanding of the diversity of our city, embracing it as a strength, the immigrant rights, civil rights, and human rights initiative that you took, that we have now institutionalized, is a real hallmark of this city. It's a pillar of how this city will grow and go forward. That is a product of your understanding of policy and how policy gets executed and how governance works for the people. That is probably one of the more underappreciated aspects of your intellect, and it is a reason why the 2nd District will benefit when you become its supervisor. So finally, just let me close. There's a lot of quotes that were stated, and you've had a lot of titles, but the one that I appreciate the most is calling you my brother and telling you I love you and hearing you say I love you more. God bless you, brother.
God bless you. I appreciate this, guys, but it's not necessary. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just an honor for me to join with my colleagues as we represent a great Los Angelino. We appreciate you and Fabian before she left, because we know it has been a team. And Herb, and it's been said in lots of ways, you have been a president for the council, been a council president. You've always made us look good, always helped us to shine, always helped us to deliver to our constituents. And you've done that, you know, with the sensitivity of someone who's been an elected official at various levels. And so we just appreciate that and your ability to help us help each other. It's been mentioned that you had a great relationship with the mayor, probably the best ever. And that certainly has spilled over into our success as a council. We just want to thank you, Herb, for that. Beyond that, you know, you've certainly been a leader and a strong public servant, you know, across the board. And you're one who cares about families, kids, and animals. And so we, again, just appreciate that trifecta of you. On a personal level, you know, we got to know each other real intimately during the Yvonne Burke campaign and have been really friends ever since. You've been a mentor, confidant. It was exciting to join you on the council. I didn't have a chance to serve with you in Sacramento, but being on the council with you has really been a real positive, growing experience for me, and I know that it certainly has benefited the citizens that I represent. You know, and amongst everything, you're always willing to laugh, sometimes even at yourself. but we appreciate that, and we appreciate you. So, Herb, we love you. We know that you're going to have continued success in whatever your next endeavor will be when you leave our council. Well, we just appreciate your presence and look forward to working with you as our brother. Congratulations.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz.
Well, I probably won't say anything that will make you almost cry. But I will say we've been good friends for a long time. When we first met, I was an aide to a council member in West Hollywood, and you were an aide to a council member in Los Angeles. If I recall the story correctly, I think you wound up working for Nate Holden because you wound up working on his campaign after asking for advice on how to get involved in politics in Los Angeles and who you should work for. And you were instructed to work for Julian Dixon's campaign and went in that direction, accidentally went to the wrong place, and impacted your political career. And I think Nate Holden taught you really how to do great constituent service, which he did, and something that has benefited you throughout your life. I had the opportunity to work with you when you were speaker, and I appreciate everything you did for me then. You watched over some of my edgiest legislation, which I know members would ask not to have to vote for, and can't you find some way to stop this from going through? And you and your wonderful chief of staff, who tragically died much too early, Charmette, always watched over the things I was doing while you were speaker, and I greatly appreciate it. Probably the two things I remember the most from your time as speaker. One, we had what they'd call a bash, an annual fundraising event for Democrats, and they would sometimes have us perform and be the talent at some of these events. Well, they decided to do a lip sync of The Temptations, and I was one of the Temptations. So it was Rod Wright and four white guys that couldn't have had less rhythm if you had cast them. I believe there is a tape of it somewhere, but fortunately that was pre-YouTube, so unlikely ever to surface. But I can tell you I was selected for my lack of talent, and I did not disappoint. Also, you know, I did some things that were a little bit renegade here and there, and I, could be in a little bit of trouble. So once I got a call from Herb in my office, and he really wanted to reach me. and my staff was trying to find me. I don't remember where I was, but they were calling all over. You know, the speaker wants to talk to you. He really needs to talk to you now. And they were all discussing what I could have done. You know, and where is my office going to be? Or am I going to have half my staff fired? What did I do that generated that much attention? And finally, hours later, they did connect me with Herb, and it turns out he was the manager of our Democrats versus Republicans softball team, and he wanted my take on what the order should be and who should play which positions. Now, I appreciate what he did as Speaker for me and the rest of the legislature, and it was very similar to his job on the City Council. Herb has a very lengthy progressive record, and yet he's not even known for his own legislation, like almost every other elected official is, because, as was said before, he helps to spread the credit to the rest of the council and to the rest of the city, and not at all for himself. Probably not the greatest thing when you run for another office, because you're not known for the things that you've done. But Herb Wesson, just yesterday, authored things that were passed, like a 2,500-foot setback for oil drilling. And that's a courageous position, especially running for an office where you have the building trades that are usually an ally in disagreement and testifying in opposition, and yet you got the whole council to vote 15-0 for what I think will wind up being one of the landmark pieces of legislation in the city's environmental history. There are so many other things that you've done legislatively, and yet you haven't taken the credit. We've all taken the credit, and that's because of how you approach these things. So I just want to say thank you for the great job you've done, for the great colleague you've been, for the great friend you've been. I know my wife Gail and I love you and your family, and we'll, in the future when you're no longer a council colleague, I know you'll always have my back, but I want you to know I'll always have yours as well.
Thank you. And you've been a good friend too. And just quickly on this temptation thing, you would think, and I don't care how much rhythm that you don't have, you would think that the first move everybody would be able to do, just the first step. I mean, step to the left. And he like pops, and I'm like, the first. Mr. O'Farrell, Mitch.
Thank you. So I've known you now, Herb, for almost 7 years. And in my observation and in my experience with you, I think that what makes you an exceptional leader and someone who can really handle so many different personalities and so many different needs and individual agendas on our individual behalfs as the representatives of our districts, I think that you see life through a very, very highly evolved and special lens because of your lived experience. And I think that informs everything you do and everything you think about. I've always felt from the very first time we met that you have this very special window into the human condition. And I think that adds a depth and authenticity to what you say and the action that you take, and in collaboration with all of us. I think you fundamentally believe in people. You fundamentally want to help folks who have been traditionally overlooked, have been discarded, have been neglected, ignored, and the list goes on. And I think that that puts you in such a strong position as a policymaker and as a leader. And we've all benefited from that. And I'll mention 4 quick things that are part of your legacy, without a doubt. When I was a new council member back in 2013, I wanted to ban those elephant bull hooks, and I was impatient, and I marched up to your chair and I said, we got to get it to the floor. Paul Koretz and I sort of lobbied around the horseshoe. We found that we had the votes, and we did it. And that was a victory for the suffering of elephants. And that's one of the first things we did. And then, when it was not popular to do so, back in late 2013 into early 2014, we regulated e-cigarettes the way we do tobacco. And I believe that passed because of your Mr. Smith Goes to Washington speech right here next to me when you talked about your own personal experience with nicotine addiction. That made it very real. And that has helped countless young people that will never maybe fully realize that we gave them an assist because of that action that we took. We took action on Indigenous Peoples Day. We knew it was righteous. You knew it was righteous, and we did it. And it was not necessarily popular. We were a little ahead of the trend on that one as well, especially as a major city, as a major population center. But we did it. We won the argument, and you were certainly, that's part of you as well. Embrace LA. Herb, that's yours. And you knew that we needed to create a conversation that would lead to setting up a system so that just like our other systems that guide us as a council, the CLA, CAO, other departments that we have, we will now be forced to look through the lens of racial equity in the decision-making that we make around this horseshoe. That is really a watershed moment for this council. And I look forward to work with you and Mr. Harris Dawson and everyone else on this council to fill that office so that we can fulfill the promise of that initiative. And on a slightly less serious note, I just want to bring to your attention, every time I look at you sitting in that chair, I think of a throne. Now, none of us are royalty, but what I want to think about doing moving forward for the remaining time on the City Council, I want you to think about this over the break, whether you would like to unofficially become a prince, a duke, an earl, a viscount, or a baron. Because I will be happy in leading the effort for a resolution to give you some sort of official recognition as you sit around the horseshoe with the rest of us commoners. So please think about that, and I'll introduce something because we want to make sure that you have a soft landing around this horseshoe with all of us. But in all seriousness, Herb, thank you for your leadership, and your legacy will live on in all of the work that we have all done collaboratively with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And without hesitation, it is the Duke of Earl, Mitch. The Duke of Earl. Mr. Root.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, you know, I don't think many people know this around this horseshoe, but how long our relationship goes back. And sometimes I have to remind you, too, as well, Herb, because our relationship goes back to Supervisor Burke days when you came back. And actually, you weren't the chief of staff. This is when you came back, and you basically were the chief of staff. But you came in, and basically your office was 2 offices down from mine. And you took care of all the hot-button issues, all the controversial issues Ms. Burke had. And for some reason, you asked me to work with you. And I remember that was the most exciting time in working with you. And you gave me those cases, you gave me those issues where you knew it couldn't be solved. And for the most part, we couldn't solve it. But you saw something in me, and you kept on coming to me and asking to work with you, which was enjoyable. And I learned so much, to the ire of a lot of our colleagues who, in the office who got mad that you kept on coming to me. And, you know, and you kept on challenging me. You kept on challenging me back then. You kept on challenging me for all the various issues. When I got elected here to the City Council, I remember you created the committee and put in education. And you said, David, let's do something big. Let's do something big for education. And I was like, what the hell? We're not even the school board. We're a councilman. What am I supposed to do with education? And I was a little upset, but I took that challenge to heart. And I am so proud that on the eve of your council presidency, I was able to bring back and pass as a council children's savings accounts, which I want to say, when my career is over and whenever it is done, I could probably say arguably that will be the single most biggest accomplishments that I've done for equity and opportunity. And that was something I never thought of, and that's something because you challenged me. And I want to say on a personal note, arguably, without fail, the person I learned the most about politics, about public service and human nature is you. I know we've had our good times and bad times. But even through all of that, when I got on the city council, we sat down, we put our differences aside, and we worked together. And I really thank you for embracing me and showing me the way on the council, because we both knew we ran for council, and and just like everyone else here on council, we're here to serve. Like you said, it's not about me, it's about we. And it's not about what you thought or what you believed in or what I believed in or what I thought. It was about all of us working together, and we put that aside and we did work together, and I really want to thank you for that. And that's why I say I've learned the most from you, and I am who I am today because partially with you. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Ms. Martinez, I think the reason why we speak with such brevity is because we have to do it in 4-inch heels, because otherwise our colleagues may have, right? Sorry, I couldn't resist. But I want to just say, Herb, you're the one person that would take on the crazy idea of representing 2 council districts at one time. And so much so that when the day after Election Day, with 3 hours of sleep, you were encouraging me to get sworn in that moment, that I could get sworn in right now and take it over now. And I want to thank you for that offer. Sleep deprived, I was still wise enough to say, I need a cup of coffee, Herb, and I got to have some breakfast. I'm exhausted. But I want to thank you for, family I know is something, we're all here with the incredible support of our family and the incredible sacrifices that they make every day to allow us to have the privilege of these positions. You and your family have always been a great support and example for me and mine. And with our spouses, my husband didn't sign up 20-something years ago necessarily knowing the kinds of sacrifices that he would have to make and my children would have to make with my time as a result of my commitment to public service. I want to thank you for always embracing my family, for always making my husband feel so included and loved and welcomed as we embarked on this journey together. And I want to thank you for that because they are my everything in the work that I do. I know your family is your everything in the work that you do. But I want to thank you because I think that example is one that each of us truly appreciates because we know the kinds of sacrifices that are made. And I wanted to say thank you so much for that. And I look forward for you being just a seatmate away so that we can continue to enjoy each other's company for the remaining time that we have on this council together. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Father of Jacob Caleb.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I'm sitting here listening, it occurs to me that there are people watching on Channel 35. There are probably even people sitting here in the pews, people who work for us, who are groaning at how long we're talking about you. Because they're thinking, oh my God, these politicians, they're just sort of glad-handing and patting each other on the back. And I think what that sentiment doesn't appreciate is that we don't just come into this chamber as elected officials. We come in as people, and we develop relationships. Sometimes we fight, sometimes we're rivals, sometimes we're working together, but it's real personal relationships that develop. So I'm not going to talk about the living wage or even the amazing speech that I have watched that you gave in Sacramento standing up for Sheila Kuehl and LGBT legislation. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the personal stuff. So, I knew you for a long time when I was Bill's chief of staff, and we developed a different relationship when I got elected. But it was mainly professional, not deeply personal. And it changed, it shifted a lot when I became a father. It shifted immediately. We developed a different bond, and you and Jacob developed a bond. Now, you have a lot in common. Short, charismatic black guys who bend me to your will. You also got him a bicycle, which I think had a lot to do to win him over. When I first started bringing Jacob around, I was trying to teach him who everybody was, and you were the first person that I wanted him to see, because I wanted him to see that the guy who was in charge in this room looked like him. And the second time we came in, I said, "Jacob, do you remember that guy?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Do you remember his name?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "What is it?" "Barack Obama." Which is okay, because the first time he saw Bernie Sanders on television, he said, "Oh, that's Dada." A comparison we both probably appreciate, actually. But I very, very seriously, I have to say, though, that both you and Fabian have been very important to me and Sean in guiding us in parenthood and in the particular challenges of white guys trying to raise a black child who is going to have experiences that we have no idea about. And that it has meant a great deal to me and to Sean and to Jacob, and I look forward to that continuing. I also, have to recall a memory with Bill Rosendahl. You and Bill had an interesting relationship. He always felt obligated to give you turkey eggs. He called you the silver fox. And when Bill got sick, he had been out for a while. And it was back pain, and for a while we thought it was back pain. And your staff was actually getting a little frustrated. When the hell is Bill going to come in? We need him for quorum. And Bill and I talked, and he sent me in to tell you what was going on with him, about how he had cancer. And I came into your office, and I sat across the desk, and I wasn't quite sure what to expect, what your reaction was going to be. And what happened in that moment was you were a different kind of leader than what I had seen. We see the leader who sort of leads the council and does the legislation, but there's a different aspect to being council president where you're in some ways a father figure to the Horseshoe and to everybody who works for us. And in that moment, the first thing you asked is, what could you do for Bill? And the second thing was, what could you do for me? The third was, what could you do for our staff? And the fourth was, what could you do to help us serve the people that Bill was elected to represent? And in that moment, you were really a father figure. And it was warm, and it was compassionate, and it was supportive. And I was, at a time of crisis, when I was scared and we were scared for Bill, you were a rock and a great comfort. So in that moment, you showed me you being a father, and in the moment since Sean and I adopted Jacob, you've helped show me how to be a father. So thank you on both counts.
Since this is my last day, Bobby?
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned your son. I remember when I was sworn in, my son Obi had this suit on, and you had a very similar suit, and it was very funny, the two of you together like mini-me. And you kept you reversed, yeah. You kept that theme going when you roasted me at the diabetes roast, and I appreciated that. And I just really wanted to rise to echo what's being said, and just to thank you for your leadership and your friendship. These 6.5 years that I've had the privilege to work with you has been an incredible blessing and a learning experience for me, and we've done amazing things together, and I'm forever grateful for that. I was trying to think of a quote. You know, it was always good when you're talking about these things, think of quotes, and I was thinking of the various sages and thought about Jay-Z. And one of the things he said that's maybe less known is he said, I believe I can speak things into existence. And to some extent that works for you, because I've seen you whether it's a press conference or an idea that you have, you come out and say something, and then by gosh, pretty soon it's a real thing, and we're rolling with it, and you have spoken it into existence. But on the other hand, it's not exactly right, because I also see what you do behind the scenes. It's not about just speaking something into existence. It's all of the strategy of making policy real, and you do that masterfully, working with all of us to take ideas and make them into reality. But also, it's not just your agenda, and I've appreciated this about you. You figure out what all of our passions are, and you tap into that, and you basically embolden and enable us to be a team and to follow our passions, to make good policy and to make it about the city. Because another word that comes to mind is, public servant. We've talked around, you are the quintessential public servant, because you're about how do we serve the public in the best way. And when you think of the public, you think, yeah, your district, but you also think of the entire city. And I appreciate that, being far-flung in the valley, and you actually can boast, as was talked about, of being a valley representative for a while as well. And walking the walk, whether it's going out to do your camp at Hanson Dam, or any number of things. And as was mentioned, you're great about the personal. In my office, when we lost my district chief of staff, you came out there for our naming of the community room. So you've been there for us individually, for us collectively, and more importantly, for this city overall. So I wanted to just thank you for that, and I look forward to, it's not a goodbye, I'm looking forward to the next months, as you are a member of this council still, and we're gonna keep going, rocking on and making good policy, and then we will work with you as a supervisor.
Thank you, Bob. Brother Lee.
Mr. President, I've worked with you longer, probably as a chief of staff, than as a council member. And being a chief of staff, and because you are a chief of staff, all the credit when something goes good goes to the elected. And when things go bad, it's the chief of staff's fault. Well, now that I'm elected, I'm here to clear the air. All those bad times were all Mitch's ideas. But, Mr. President, I want to share with everyone here, the morning after that I found out that I had won the election for and had the honor of being the council member for the 12th district, I thought I would have a day to rest. And I get a phone call from you at 8 in the morning telling you, John, you won, come down to council, strut your stuff. And as soon as I walked in, you took me aside and said, you're now a part of this horseshoe. From this point on, I have your back. And I want you to know how much I appreciated that and the welcoming that you gave me. And I will never, ever forget that moment. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, John. Brother Weezar.
Mr. President, and it's been a long 14 years, but it's been good years, and we've all shared with you as well. There's been good times and bad times, but at the same time, I just want to recognize that you have not only had an impact here in LA, but nationally. If you think about the civil rights movement and what that means, and to have the first African American lead the second largest city in the country. But not only did you take that and create policies that will be inclusive of everyone, but your life experience, what you think, how you involve yourself in all policies has permeated throughout the city to set the tone for the city. It is that kind of unofficial way that you've had a tremendous impact, not only in the city of Los Angeles, but nationally, about what it means to continue moving the needle on the civil rights movement. So thank you for that, brother. And here, these last 14 years, when we first got elected, the first thing I think about you is how you sat there where David Ryu is sitting now, and you were quiet most of your first 2 years. You know, you had some big dinosaurs in here, like Rosendahl and others, and I remember, what's he thinking? I would walk away every council meeting and thinking to myself, what is he thinking as we walked away? But lo and behold, here we are. I think you've studied this place well. I think you've had it gave you some time to think about what we will do to move the city forward, and you've done that. Many of us have talked about how you have been part of moving policies forward and issues forward. But it's those discussions that happen where you've had a tremendous impact. I think about the Committee on Homelessness and how we came up with the idea. You recognize how important it was for this committee for this council to have one. And when we proposed HHH, not only did you support it for us here in council being the ballot, but all the work you did behind the scenes politically to make sure it had the proper funding, to make sure other jurisdictions were accepting of it, to make sure the voters ultimately ended up saying yes. In those meetings we've had, no one saw the work that you put in, the blood, sweat, and tears you put into that. And that's just another example of how you were able to work behind the scenes to get things done and not necessarily take the credit. You bring out the best of us, whether it's through committee assignments, working with us, whispering to us, talking to us about what's going on. And then we would take that and run with your encouragement and your support. So thank you for that as well. And ultimately, at the end of the day, you've unified this council to move in common directions that we could all agree upon. Sometimes we would win the vote, sometimes we would lose the vote, but we all would keep going forward in the same direction because of your leadership. So all in all, I would say you've had a very successful presidency. We thank you for that. You allowed us as council members to do our work and do it better. But at the end of the day, the city of Los Angeles is much better off because of you. And the civil rights movement continues to move forward because of people like you. Thank you, brother. We love you.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to do what Gilbert did the very first time that he referenced this person. I'd now like to call Marcus Dawson Harris.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. You know, there's a lot that has been said, and I've been sitting here reflecting on the full experience of serving under the leadership of Council President Wesson and being a friend and a partner of Council President Wesson. And I tried to tease out what maybe hadn't been focused on as much. And the joke that you just made is an example of one of those things. When I first got on the council, my good friend, Councilmember Cedillo, would have a different version of my name every time he said it. I mean, I didn't realize there were so many combinations of how to say my name. And, you know, I went to Council President and I says, you know, I can't get this guy to say my name right. And, you know, it was a big deal to me because I really looked up to Gil. And, I was eager to serve on the same council with him. And council president looked at me and said, "Don't worry about that. Don't sweat the small stuff. It's an important member, an important civil rights leader. Get close to him, build a relationship with him." And for me, that's an example of one of the things that stands out the most about your leadership. It's that you think enough of this city and that you think enough of all of us to make the sacrifice to serve. It's the things you see in us, and I can bear personal witness to this. It's the things you see to us that we don't even see in ourselves. The things you say about members when they're not there that they don't even know about themselves, positive qualities. I'll remember after getting elected to the council, you were preparing to make committee assignments, and you had asked me for a list of things, and I made a list of things, and I said, and also here's a list of things I don't want. And you called me and says, "Well, we've got this new committee, so it's not on either of your lists, and I want you to head this committee. It's called Homelessness and Poverty." And you don't know this. I was in my backyard, and I dropped the phone. And I was on the grass, so you didn't hear the phone hit the ground. And I was like, this guy is trying to wreck me. Like, what are we going to do? Like, you can't do anything about this problem. This is amazing. And this is something I know nothing about. Like, I don't have any experience in this topic. And I will say, moving forward, whenever I walk into a room and someone introduces me as the co-author of HHH, the most significant homelessness legislation of any big city anywhere, my first thought is always of you, because it's never something that I ever dreamed I could be a part of. And that's because you saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. And I know that when you do that with all the members, the only way that happens, the only way you see those types of things in individuals and in this city is because you lead with love. And that is, for me, the best part of your legacy. Through everything that you've done, you lead with a deep and abiding love for the people, for our potential, and for who we all can be. And so I thank you and am very proud. It is a pleasure of a lifetime to serve with you on this Los Angeles City Council.
Thank you. Thank you all for those kind words. Ms. Martinez, let's wrap this up.
Well, we have a very small token of our appreciation, Herb. So thank you and congratulations on a stellar run as our council president. Come on down.
Whoa, double-sided. All right, let's land this plane, Joe.
So if I can have all the members join us for a quick picture.
Members, I know we're still taking photos. Any adjourning motions that we should be aware of? We do have one? Okay. Let's stand by. Gotcha. Oh my God. Let's hear it again for a stellar presidency and Council President Herb Wesson. With that, we have an announcement from Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like to make an announcement because of the length of council, we're going to be postponing ITGS and canceling today's meeting.
Very good. With that, we can all rise for adjourning motions. Please all rise for adjourning motions if you're able to. Okay. Mr. Harris Dawson.
So much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I ask that we adjourn this last meeting of 2019 in the memory of Miss Eva Louise Harris Alexander. We're joined by her family today. She was a great friend and a great leader in South Los Angeles, a lifelong constituent there in South LA, even though she was born in the 9th Ward of New Orleans, Louisiana. Tomorrow would have been her 77th birthday. She was the oldest of 3 children. In 1954, her and her younger siblings moved to Southern California, and at a very young age, she developed a great work ethic, working at a hamburger stand on the corner of Washington and Central Avenue in the great 9th Council District. She became, also in the 9th Council District, a very active member of Mount Moriah Missionary Baptist Church. She attended Carver Junior High School and Manual Arts Junior High School in our community. In 1958, she met and married James Arthur Harris. They were truly happy together, and from this union came Mr. James Tyrell Harris, who's been a leader of a neighborhood council and veterans groups in South Los Angeles. Unfortunately, Mr. Arthur died in an industrial accident in 1964, and at that time, his son James was just 18 months old. She later met and married Mr. Kenneth Eugene Alexander, and from this union came Crystal and Kenneth. Eva remained married to Mr. Alexander for 35 years. Ms. Alexander was known as a community leader who was always at the ready to serve, whether it was at the church, whether it was at the neighborhood council, whether it was at the park. She leaves, and the folks who've joined us today are James, his 2 daughters, and let me get this right, and his cousin, Kevin. She leaves with them a great and active family and a legendary family in South LA to celebrate and to cement her legacy in our community and our city. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your presence. Mr. Cedillo for an adjourning motion.
Just recently, we opened up a homeless or affordable housing unit in my district at 11th and Burlington. It's called Casa Carmen, and Casa Carmen is named after Maria del Carmen Bon, born November 21st, 1940. She's like an icon of my district. In the Pico Union area, she was like the person you had to go to. She was so committed and involved in everything that was taking place there. She played a major role as the representative of that area in the development of Staples Center and LA Live. She organized all the seniors. She was worked with the 1010 developer group to build this housing. We took a building that was just a pretty much nondescript building on that corner, and we have turned it into a really lovely place that provides dignity and respect for the community. I mention that because when we opened it, her health didn't permit her to join us, but we were joined by the mayor, by all the people in the community, by her children, who made incredible sacrifices as they grew up because their mother was just this very extraordinary and iconic leader. She passed away last week, and our district continues to suffer the loss of her, but the work of her will continue to go forward through her children and through the commitment of all the people who were impacted by her lives in Pico Union. So that is one. Also, while I was gone last week, Dr. Richard Zampata is a orthopedic surgeon, a 4th generation from East LA, Garfield, East Los Angeles, USC, Haverford College, the Keck School of Medicine, LAC USC. He was an extraordinary leader, particularly in the medical profession, and an extremely generous man. He gave generously to USC, to their Mexican-American Alumni Association, to East LA College. He has his own scholarship for Garfield High. Every year he would have recipients of scholarships from him directly. He and his wife built an incredibly lovely home in Whittier, one visited by every aspiring politician. It was one of the places to go to receive support. Lovely place. I mean, it's just really thoughtful and well-developed place where they lived. They were collectors also of Mexican art of the highest quality, Frida Kahlo and Diego Rivera. Their art's been shown throughout the world. He also passed last week, and it's a great loss. I might add that he was also a friend, and he was also my personal doctor, and so it's a truly, truly great loss for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. Any others? I do want to recognize former Deputy City Attorney and who helped run our meetings, Dion O'Connor, that's here. O'Connell.
His younger brother, no?
And
His younger
he looks
brother?
great. Thanks for joining us, Dion. Thanks for joining us today. With that, colleagues, this is our final meeting.
Everybody looks
of the year. Wish you a blessed holiday season and Happy New Year. Looking forward to an incredible 2020. So we are now adjourned. Let us go forth and serve the great people of the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.